कि जाके स्लोगन दिए, सभी किए,
बंद करके ऑन करूं क्या?
लेकिन उनके जो मुद्दे थे वो लोकसभा में उन्होंने अपने आवाज से उठाया था। हम पहले से भी यही कह रहे हैं कि होम मिनिस्टर या प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आइए, जो घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे को अवगत कराइए, मालूमात कराइए लोकसभा को और राज्यसभा को। लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं माना। मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता, सदन इधर चल रहा है, ये लोग अहमदाबाद में बिल्डिंग इनॉग्रेशन जाते हैं, सदन इधर चल रहा है, मोदी जी अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जाके घूमते हैं। ये क्या है? ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। सदन यहां देश में रह के और सभी तरफ अपने भाषण देने लगे, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट में क्यों नहीं आए? लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में क्यों नहीं आए? तो ये जो उनकी मंशा है कि डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म करना, अगर नहीं गए तो क्या होने वाला, को कौन पूछने वाला है? और यहां तक कि 151 लोगों को सस्पेंड करके बाहर जो निकाले, ये पहला इंसिडेंट है कि देश में इतने लोगों को आज तक किसी ने सस्पेंड नहीं किया था। ये सरकार ने प्रोत्साहन देकर सस्पेंड करने के लिए लगाए। ये बड़ी बुरी बात है और इसके लिए हम लड़ेंगे, मैदान में जाएंगे। और जो आज प्राइम मिनिस्टर और होम मिनिस्टर समझ रहे हैं कि हमारे सिवाय हिंदुस्तान में और कोई भी नहीं, हम ही हुकूमत करने के लायक है, ये उनका समझ है। इस समझ को खत्म करने के लिए हम सब एक हुए हैं। एक होकर ये आज बहुत निर्णय लिए हैं। एक तो 151 लोगों के बारे में, और दूसरा जो है सब मिलके प्रोटेस्ट करना। और ऑल इंडिया प्रोटेस्ट 22 दिसंबर को ये जितने भी सस्पेंशन हो गए उनके बारे में ये चलेगा। और तीसरी बात यह है कि जो इंडिया गठबंधन का एक मुद्दा है कि सभी लोग मिलकर काम करेंगे और सीट शेयरिंग का भी हम मिलके, पहले जिस स्टेट में हमारे लोग हैं, पहले वो लोग वहां पर एक दूसरे से समझौता करेंगे। अगर कहीं दिक्कत है या कहीं अभी नहीं बन सकता, उसके लिए फिर यहाँ पर हमारे जो इंडिया गठबंधन के नेता लोग हैं उसको डिसाइड करेंगे। और बहुत से जगह जो हर एक पार्टी एक जो है वो ठीक ढंग से है। अब चाहे वो तमिलनाडु में हो, केरला में हो, कर्नाटक में हो या तेलंगाना में हो, बिहार में हो, अब जो मुद्दा है इसका यूपी में, वो भी सुलझ जाएगा। और बाकी का दिल्ली या पंजाब का है, वो समस्या को भी किस ढंग से सुलझाना, ये भी बाद में तय हो जाएगी। तो ये हमने तय करके ये मीटिंग करा। मुझे खुशी है कि इस मीटिंग के 28 पार्टी के नेता लोग और सभी दिग्गज यहाँ जो बैठे हैं वो सभी ने कोऑपरेट किया और कोऑपरेट करके इस मीटिंग को यशस्वी बनाया। इसीलिए मैं उन सबको हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ, उन सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि वो इस और भी आगे बढ़ के देश में इस गठबंधन को मजबूत करके चलाएंगे। इतना ही कह के मेरे दो शब्द को दूंगा। देश में इस गठबंधन को मजबूत करके चलाएंगे। इतना ही कह के मेरे दो शब्द को
सर आप 2-3 सवाल लेंगे?
आप पूछने दो, दूंगा।
एक दो सवाल ऐसा नहीं चलेगा, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। हाँ सिद्धार्थ,
हमने पहले सभी लोग जीत के आना है। जीत के लिए क्या करना उसके बारे में हम सोचे। कौन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना ये बाद में की बात है। एमपीज अगर नहीं है तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात करके क्या फायदा है। तो इसीलिए हम पहले अपनी संख्या बढ़ाने के लिए एक होकर सभी लोग लड़ के हम मेजॉरिटी लाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और बीजेपी आज जो और मोदी जी बहुत इतना 1-2-3 इलेक्शन होने के बाद उनको तो इतना घमंड आया कि अब देश में मेरे सिवाय कोई नहीं बचेगा या दुनिया में भी मैं एक ही लीडर हूँ प्रचार करते हैं। तो हम पहले जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे और एक होकर जीतेंगे।
फिनिश।
हाँ, अरे मैं कितने बार बोलूं कि एक बोल रहा हूं, पहले हम जीतेंगे, उसके बाद में हमारे एमपीज आकर क्या कर सकते हैं डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस में वो हो जाएगा। पहले हमारे को चिंता है जीतने की और आप लोग सभी उस दिशा में सोचिए, नहीं कि उन्होंने ये बोला हमने ये बोला। ये तो हमारी इंटरनल बात है, उसमें कोई ये नहीं है। थैंक यू।
Okay, so the India Bloc Alliance meeting has come to an end. Mallikarjun Kharge asked specifically on the news break that you see on your screens about Mamata and Kejriwal proposing his name as the PM face of the India Alliance. He remains completely non-committal. Kharge is saying, let's first ensure that we win the 2024 battle and then we can discuss who will be the Prime Minister in a democratic way. Our members of Parliament can discuss who will be the next Prime Minister. So Kharge at this point making it clear that he's not going to comment on any of the suggestions made about his name being proposed to be the Prime Minister face, the face essentially of the India Alliance. As far as seat sharing is concerned, Kharge is saying that they are going to take it state by state. The complicated ones, and he refers to Delhi and Punjab, he says that will be taken up at a later stage. But first we'll iron out seat sharing in some of the states where it's relatively easier. He makes a mention of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka and other such states. Now besides that, Kharge is saying that there will be a nationwide protest against the suspension of MPs. He talks about the campaign, but the big focus, no doubt, is going to be on the PM face of the India Alliance, because while you've got two big faces of the alliance, Mamata and Kejriwal saying you should make Mallikarjun Kharge a Dalit face so it could work for the India Alliance, could garner them votes. So they're strategically saying, let's pick Kharge to be the PM face. But for now, the Congress chief himself seems to be hesitant. In fact, in that press conference, he was asked twice twice about whether he is the PM face. He says it's too early to talk about all that. Let's first ensure we have MPs in Parliament and then we can discuss that at a later stage. You see Rahul Gandhi on stage there. You've got several other representatives of political parties. There will obviously be questions that if Kharge's name is proposed, will the Congress be okay with it? Let's cut across. Rajdeep Sardesai speaking to KC Venugopal.
Or any morning if you are free.
Other sir,
24th or 25th also. I'm leaving 24th. 23rd Saturday.
23rd, 22nd.
22nd.
I will call. You call me. I will call.
Okay, sir. Small thing. Was it convener? Have you all decided?
No.
Okay, we'll play that out for you in just a bit. Rajdeep is there at the press conference
What was
venue.
the main takeaway?
Alliance discussion. Without any delay, start alliance discussion.
Seat sharing.
Seat sharing.
Without any delay.
Without any delay, seat sharing has to be started. Then we are calling this week itself. We are calling some states.
Any timeline?
Timeline is there. Timeline is there. The timeline is like that. Without any delay, seat share has to be completed. This week itself, we are start the procedure.
Anything on convener?
Everything decision is there. Please wait for some.
Okay, that's KC Venugopal speaking to Rajdeep, saying that the biggest takeaway of this meeting was the focus was on seat sharing. And they've made it very clear all allies have decided that without any delay, there must be a decision on exactly what the seat sharing deal will look like. But you can see that right now at Hotel Ashoka, all the leaders are making their way out after the meeting that's taken place. But the focus is going to be on one man, on Mallikarjun Kharge, and whether he's going to be the face. Let's cut across to reactions coming in right now.
Of MPs, because it is an onslaught on our democracy, it is an attack on our parliamentary system. So there should be protest across the country, and the call has been given for a mass protest.
Sir, any name for the PM poster?
No, nothing.
Sir, what about the parliament session, sir? The suspension of the MPs? How?
No, that's why we have given a call for mass protest across the country in all state headquarters on 22nd.
Any discussion on Ram Mandir also, sir?
No.
What do you want to say? Was the meeting successful? The
meeting was successful, and there is a common resolve. We should conclude the seat sharing arrangement as early as possible, and we will have to put up a strong collective fight against BJP, and we should ensure the defeat of BJP in the forthcoming parliament elections.
Two leaders, two resolutions were passed in this particular meeting. What would you like to say on that?
The suspension of MPs is not just suspension of MPs. It is an onslaught on our democracy, and it is an attempt to make our parliament redundant. If parliament becomes redundant, where is democracy? That is why we have given a call for a mass protest across the country.
So all the leaders will be joining the entire protest that will
अच्छा रहा. अभी शुरू होगा, कैंपेन भी शुरू होगा, सीट शेयरिंग भी होगी, सब होगा.
कन्वीनर को लेकर सर कोई चुना गया? कन्वीनर को लेकर कोई बात हुई?
नहीं अभी.
इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक हुई है जी, और सभी दल बहुत जल्दी टिकट बांट करके मैदान में जाने के लिए तैयार हैं.
सहमति बन गई.
बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी और हम सब लोग जनता के बीच में दिखाई देंगे. जो मैंने पहले दिन से कहा, स्ट्रेटजी हमारी वही पीडीए रहेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराएंगे.
राजनीति में जो यहाँ के विपक्ष के नेता हैं, के इन प्रकार मैं देख रहा हूँ कि सदन को व्यवधान करने में लगे हैं. अब ऐसे स्थिति में स्पीकर संज्ञान लेते हैं.
खाली मीटिंग में क्या कुछ हुई? मोटा मोटी
मीटिंग हुई, बहुत साफ बात हुई.
एक मिनट मैडम.
सीट शेयरिंग, मास कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्रोग्राम 20 दिन के अंदर सब शुरू.
सर, कन्वीनर बनाने को लेकर कोई बातचीत?
कोई बातचीत नहीं.
कन्वीनर को लेकर
नहीं, कोई बातचीत नहीं.
हमको पता नहीं, आपको पता है तो आप ही जवाब देंगे.
लेकिन का अभी तक पता नहीं चला है.
I think there is already a system. I mean, there is a coordination committee. There is a campaign committee. The committee systems is there. Alliance is moving. This is the 4th meeting. So I think all the processes are underway. All the processes of the alliance are underway.
No, I can't give any statement unilaterally. What is a collective voice will be expressed in the press conference.
तो क्या ममता जी ने जो खड़गे जी का नाम सजेस्ट किया है पीएम के लिए, इस पर
सब लोग सहमति से ही सारे निर्णय लिए जाते हैं. सब लोग सहमत हैं. जो चीज जिन बातों पे सहमति बनी है पीसी में उनकी घोषणा हो जाएगी. बात तो लंबी चौड़ी हुई है, अच्छी बात हुई है.
All right, so big takeaway that's come in from the India Bloc meet, which is, of course, that Mamata and Kejriwal have proposed that Mallikarjun Kharge should be the face of the India alliance. I want to bring in Moshmi Singh on this broadcast. Moshmi, when questions were asked to Mallikarjun Kharge about the proposal made by Mamata and Kejriwal, completely non-committal, says very clearly that it's too early to talk about who will be the Prime Minister face, that we must ensure that we win the elections first. Going by that reaction from Kharge, it doesn't look like he's too keen on taking up the mantle of being the face of the India alliance at this point.
That's right, you know, perhaps Akshata, he might be thinking it's too early, too soon to say anything on that count, and specifically which this is the Congress's line, that the Congress is not wooing or mooting for the PM candidate's chair. And
राहुल सर क्या यार ये देखो पुलिस वाले लेफ्ट को लेफ्ट चलो थोड़ा सा अरे गाड़ी इधर लेफ्ट है गाड़ी.
All right, so you got these images coming in right now of Rahul Gandhi and Sharad Pawar and everyone leaving from the venue. Not really willing to comment, but let's cut across to these reactions.
Everybody opened their mind and told, and little bit criticism is although here and there, of course, because we are 20, 25, 26 parties. Main focus was to finalize the seat sharing.
Sir, discussion on convener also has been...
A lot many things discussed there. Everything cannot be decided today itself.
Successful?
Wait.
Was the seat sharing formula concluded?
Yeah, seat sharing discussion should be started immediately. That's what.
Again, there will be a meeting held regarding the same?
No. That all the parties concerned has to start immediately.
So what about joint rallies and joint campaigns?
That also that already Congress President told. Then I further.
So what about convener Kharge as the face of Prime Minister? Kharge as the face of Prime Minister being proposed? So what would you like to say on that?
Mamata ji proposed the name.
Mamata ji has proposed the face for Kharge ji as the face of Prime Minister and Kejriwal has supported it. So any message would you like to say on this?
हाँ तो एक गैप बना
Anything concrete on seat sharing, sir? If you could brief us. Yes, sir.
Continue getting you all the live reactions. Let's in fact get you now to Tirumalavan speaking.
Spoke about it. The strongest parties in the state have to lead about seat sharing in the state level. This is proposed by our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and many other leaders endorse this idea. And Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal proposed Kharge ji must be coordinator of this India team, and we will project him as Prime Minister of India in forthcoming elections.
Coordinator also.
But categorically, Kharge ji rejected this statement. No need of this suggestion. After election only, postpone only, we can decide who is the Prime Minister. So immediately, Kharge ji rejected this point.
And sir, Lalu Yadav raised the issue of Ram Temple. What was the response of other parties' leaders?
He spoke in Hindi. I couldn't follow his points, but some senior leaders spoke about Ram Mandir issues. BJP is making politics, doing politics in the name of Ram and Ram Mandir. So we have to meet the people across the country, then only we can face this kind of religious politics. Mr. Sitaram Yechuri spoke about this issue.
But sir, main issue was this meeting about
Convener of the Prime Minister post. No, but actually, whatever thing is there, already Congress President has stated. Main thing is that seat sharing discussion has to be started without any delay. That procedure will start immediately. Then we will finalize the seat sharing thing as early as possible. That is what decided without any further delay.
Joint rallies, sir. Joint rallies.
Rallies also, we decided to have a joint rallies also. But priority should be seat sharing.
Okay, reactions continuing to pour in right now. Another important one that came in was from Tol Tirumavallavan, who gave us details of really what happened in that meeting, confirming that yes, there was a proposal to make Mallikarjun Kharge as the Prime Minister face, thereby the face of the India alliance going into the 2024 battle. But there's been no decision per se, no resolution passed on it. And that's because you don't have consensus that's been built. It's a proposal that's been pushed by Mamata and Kejriwal. All other parties not necessarily on board. And that was what I was discussing with Moshmi as well. Moshmi, your sense of really how other parties were reacting to these statements. You spoke to several of them on record and off record. Are they accepting or willing to accept Mallikarjun Kharge as the face of the India alliance at this stage? Kharge himself is non-committal.
Right, Akshita, you know, we were discussing that why did Kharge say what he said? Because the Congress party knows that this is one very tricky issue and it could be an issue that could cause a severe divisiveness within the alliance. And that's one reason that it was a very mature reaction, towing the line of the Congress party, which in fact Kharge himself and Rahul Gandhi had drawn as far as, you know, mooting for the PM candidates' position is concerned. He said, let's win and then we will see. I do not seek anything. So perhaps Congress really not wanting to be in that trap where they are mooted as, one of the leaders is mooted as the PM candidate. And at that point of time, you have other parties, you know, who are pulling the hands off this entire alliance. So that's why the Congress is doing a wait and watch. Let's cross the bridge when we get there. And let me tell you, even before Mamata Banerjee mooted Kharge's name, his name has been doing the rounds even earlier, you know, because
and it fits the bill in the sense that he's a Dalit face, veteran politician, all of that. But does he have an appeal that can really reach out to the masses? Can he take on the Prime Minister Modi and the likes? Those are big question marks, something we will discuss on the other side of a very, very short break. Moshmi continues to be with us. We'll get you all the latest reactions. The big breaking news, India Today telling you first that Mamata and Kejriwal have now formally proposed that Mallikarjun Kharge be the Prime Minister face of the India alliance.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Scan the QR code.
You said that you will live to see the elimination of Hamas. What did you mean by that? And how important is it to eliminate Hamas?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And today is actually Hamas' 36th anniversary. Hamas was founded exactly 36 years ago, today, on December 14th, 1987. And I hope that this year would be the year, the final year in Hamas and the end of 36 years of violence and destruction, of death and human suffering. I personally would like to see this happen because enough suffering, enough killing of children and civilians for political and religious gain. I think this game really needs to stop now and as soon as possible.
Okay. But when it comes to the United Nations, and if you look at all the conversations around United Nations, I ask you this because you yourself had gone and pleaded the case of why it is important to eliminate Hamas. As a Palestinian, to look at the kind of resolutions at the United Nations with an overwhelming support to bring about humanitarian ceasefire. We do know that they talk about human shields and that Hamas uses civilians as human shields. But at the end of the day, Musab, in your appreciation, do you think that the actions that are continuing against Hamas in Gaza Strip is not a direct attack against the civilians?
Well, the Hamas is using the Gazan civilians as human shields. This is a war crime, and the civilian casualty in Gaza Strip is basically Hamas' responsibility as the governing authority. People voted for Hamas.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 312. In Mumbai, 214. In Kolkata, 211. In Bangalore, 83. In Chennai, 66. In Hyderabad, 129.
मैं समझता हूं कि जो लोग कल्याण बनर्जी हों या जो लोग हों प्रधानमंत्री और लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष का सभापति का जिस ढंग से वो कैरिकेचर कर रहे हैं, वो नौटंकी करने की उनकी आदत है और नौटंकी करके ही वो राजनीति में आए हैं। इसीलिए वो कर रहे हैं। ये सदन का अपमान है, प्रधानमंत्री का अपमान है, देश का अपमान।
सारे लोग तालियां बजा रहे थे, राहुल गांधी वीडियो बना रहे थे, सारे लोग तालियां बजा रहे थे।
राहुल गांधी खुद टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के एक बड़े सदस्य हैं। वो जेएनयू जाते हैं, वहां भी तालियां बजाते हैं। भले इनकी सभा में तालियां बजे या ना बजे, देश बजाए या ना बजाए, कांग्रेस हार से उबर नहीं पाया है 3 राज्यों के, इसीलिए बौखलाहट में ये घटिया काम।
Karan Johar and the fresh faces in Bollywood has become synonymous now. And this time, he's cooking up a storm with the new star kid, Jodi. Yes, that's right. Ibrahim Ali Khan and Khushi Kapoor will reportedly team up for Karan Johar's next project. As per reports, Shauna Gautam, who was Karan Johar's associate director on Last Outing, Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, and previously assisted Rajkumar Hirani on Sanju, will direct the film. Although the title is still under wraps, the buzz is that this promising duo will grace the screens through OTT. Meanwhile, according to reports, it is going to be one of those romantic comedies that Hindi cinema is known for. Whereas, on work front, Ibrahim Ali Khan assisted filmmaker Karan Johar on Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani and now is also set to make his acting debut with Sarzameen. The emotional thriller also features Kajol, Prithviraj Sukumar, Jatin Sarin and Tota Roy Chaudhary in significant roles. It's not unknown that filmmaker Karan Johar is known for giving faces, and in case you're unaware, the agency also welcomed the sensational actor Tripti Dimri, Bollywood's latest national crush, into its illustrious fold. So now the spotlight turns to the exciting duo, leaving fans on the edge, eager to discover if they will ignite the screen with the same brilliance or not. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, let's get you more breaking news that's coming in on exactly what transpired in the India Bloc meeting. Differences also that have emerged because reportedly the TMC and Congress are fighting it out over seat sharing. This was bound to happen, but even before there's any sort of deal that's been ironed out, what we're hearing is that the TMC is upset over the pace at which things are moving, while the Trinamool Congress has said that, look, there must be a seat sharing deal that's decided by December 31st. Reportedly, TMC is upset with Congress over what's happening in Bengal, over the fact that there's no clarity on seat sharing in Bengal just yet. What will this lead to? Now, the TMC is saying very clearly that by December 31st, they want to ensure that all differences with regards to seat sharing is ironed out. And this is just a glimpse of the many differences that perhaps will arise within the India alliance over seat sharing. We're going to continue getting you more details on exactly what transpired in the 4th India alliance meet that culminated just a few minutes ago. I'm wrapping up this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side is Mission 2024 with Nabila. She's going to run you through all the latest reactions coming in on the India Bloc meet.
Honorable members, I have urged the House. You are not aware of the kind of response that is against this institution in the mind of the people. And we had the occasion to see the lowest level. Mr. Chidambaram is here. Mr. Chidambaram, you are a very senior member. Imagine what must be going through my heart when your senior leader videographs a member parliament mocking the institution of chairman. As an individual, take on me. Don't take on my background as a farmer. Don't take it background as a community member. Institution of chairman has been ravaged, and that too by a political party that has gone for so long. A member parliament, senior one, videographing of another member. For what? I had suffered, I tell you, on Instagram. Mr. Chidambaram, your party put a video, which was withdrawn later on. That was shame to me. You used Twitter, official handle of the spokesperson, to demean me, insult my background as a farmer, insult my position as a jat, insult my position as chairman. Sir, these are two serious issues. Please go back to your seat.
सदन के अंदर।
The Prime Minister breaks his silence on the Parliament security breach on December 13th. In an interview to The Hindu, PM Modi slammed the opposition, saying that there was no need for anyone to politicize the issue. He said that a detailed probe would be carried out to find out the truth behind the attack. Meanwhile, the opposition took a jibe at PM Modi's reaction to the security breach, questioning why they were speaking to the media but not in Parliament. Chorus grows for the suspension of BJP MP Pratap Simha, who gave Parliament visitor passes to the suspects. The BJP, in the meantime, went all guns blazing at the Congress, with its top ministers attacking the grand old party over Rahul's unemployment and महंगाई statement.
सबको बुला रहा हूँ, प्लीज सबको बुला के चर्चा कर रहा हूँ ना मैं सदन के अंदर।
The Parliament session has been a washout so far. Will next week see more disruptions? Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 9 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 16 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 17 degrees.
This is an India Today exclusive. It's a rare occasion when you have two countries coming to India for trade talks, and I'm being joined by the heads of delegations from Norway and Switzerland. I'm being joined by Norwegian Trade Minister Mr. Vestre, as also Switzerland's State Secretary for Economic Affairs, Ms. Burliger. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. But before I begin on the trade talks, which is a very important aspect of your visit to India, let's just talk about climate change, because COP28 just concluded. The global stock take document has been adopted, but we have the small island states that have raised objections. It just seems like the world is still divided when it comes to climate change. Minister, if you could begin with how you see the document being adopted in Dubai, and whether if the world is indeed divided.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very glad to see that the world leaders have agreed on stepping up the game, and that this platform is more ambitious compared to whatever we have had in recent years. So at least that's a good starting point. According to Norway, it should have been even more ambitious in terms of speeding up the green transition and accelerating the transition into renewable energy. And that's also why it's so important that we work together on this issue among friends and allies and partners like the EFTA countries and India, to see how can we partner up and team up to develop new technologies, do R&D together, make sure that we make green investments together, and utilize all the tremendous potential we find in the new renewables. And what makes me optimistic about this is that now the technology is getting more and more available, and we can also scale up the use of new technology to levels we have never seen before in history of mankind. The only problem is, and this is one major problem, is that we started this transition way too late. So basically we have just a few years left now to reduce the global emissions, and that's why it's so important that huge, very important economies like the Indian economy are contributing and that we work together as partners to find the right solutions.
Right, and there is an entire document on mountain ecosystems in the COP28. Having said that, the time is now to act. On that note, Secretary Budliger and Minister Vestre, many thanks for joining us here on India Today.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Powered by Tata Power, Duniya Kiske Hawale. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by Green Lam Laminates, Kuch Mera Kuch Tumhara. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
You're watching India Today, Mission 2024, all the top political news. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the top headlines. Exclusive inside scoop on the key India huddle. Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal both propose Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge for PM face. Seat sharing formula likely to be decided by December 31st. More opposition MPs suspended from the parliament. 49 MPs suspended today, taking the total number to a historic 141 MPs suspended in total from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Modi condemns the opposition protests in the parliament, claims the India allies siding with parliamentary breach accused. Prime Minister roars BJP will fill opposition's empty seats by 24. Suspended opposition MPs mock Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar outside the parliament. Dhankar lashes out at the MPs, calling their mimicry as shameful and unacceptable. And a big boost for the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi dispute. Allahabad High Court rejects all pleas by the Muslim side, challenging the suit filed by Hindu worshippers. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to skip ED summons on December 21st in the Liquorgate probe, cites annual meditation retreat as the reason. Australian pacer Michelle Stark becomes the most expensive buy in IPL history. Kolkata Knight Riders pick Stark for a whopping 24.7 crore rupees. The second highest is Pat Cummins. All right, big news coming in right after the India Bloc's fourth meeting that happened today in the national capital. Big development as the TMC not very happy with the Congress party. It appears that the TMC is upset over seat sharing formula that was discussed. Sources tell us the TMC wants things to pick up pace. Not happy with the current scenario, the way things are going and the pace with which it's moving. TMC says it's still unclear about a lot of details, especially about seat sharing in Bengal. In fact, here's what sources tell us. Mamata Banerjee is not happy that the Congress is yet to clear its position on seat sharing in Bengal in particular. Indrajit joining us from Bengal to give us the perspective on the developments there. Indrajit, Mamata Banerjee very keen on knowing what exactly is the seat-sharing pact that the India Bloc wants to draw out, particularly for her state of West Bengal. She hasn't got clarity as yet. Those sources tell us that by the 31st of December, seat-sharing details will be out clear. But Mamata Banerjee is unhappy with the pace so far.
Well, that's right, Nabila. That is exactly what we are picking up from Trinamool Congress sources. Because remember, in the last two meetings, especially the one that took place in Bangalore and Mumbai, the Trinamool Congress has been harping on the fact that it is imperative that this India alliance fixes and finalizes the seat-sharing agreement, because without which nothing will move forward. The Congress then had said that let's wait till the results of the 5 state elections which took place recently. Now that the elections are over and the results are out, the Trinamool Congress is continuously pointing the same fact that the pace at which developments with the Indian alliance vis-a-vis the Congress is moving, it's not satisfactory. There are barely few months left before the Lok Sabha elections, and we still don't know what is the status of the India alliance here in West Bengal, because that's what the concern area is. The Trinamool Congress is in power in West Bengal. They want an alliance with the Congress. Mamata Banerjee made it amply clear 2 days back before this meeting that she's open to an alliance with the Congress. But it is for the Congress to come out strong and decide as to what they do, because the Congress is an official alliance with the left parties here in West Bengal. And the Congress is still unclear. It seems they're confused is what the Trinamool Congress sources are telling us. And that's the reason why it seems that the Trinamool Congress leadership, in a sense, is not very happy right now.
Okay, well, fair enough, because Mamata Banerjee has been harping on the fact that the India Bloc members need to decide on seat sharing as soon as possible, considering elections barely 6 months away, and they've got to pick their candidates, campaigns have to roll out, but yet no decision has been made so far. Thanks very much, Indrajit, for joining us. Key India Bloc meet that concludes today, the 4th meeting after 3 months that they've had in post the 5-state election. In fact, it concluded in the national capital with all the top leaders of most regional parties, at least 28 parties that attended. All the top leaders were present, and during the India Bloc meeting, they were discussed, and the agenda as part of the meet was to discuss common blueprint for 2024 and the alternative vision to counter Prime Minister Modi. And as per sources exclusive to India Today, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's name has been proposed as Prime Minister's face in 24 Lok Sabha polls for the India Bloc. It's a big development, as both Arvind Kejriwal as well as Mamata Banerjee, both of them have proposed Mallikarjun Kharge as the fit face to be the PM face for the India Bloc. As per sources, one of the main focuses of this key meet that happened today is seat sharing formula, as expected to be revealed on December 31st. This is what our sources tell us, though Mallikarjun Kharge did not divulge details on by when seat sharing formula will be made clear. But our sources tell us by December 31st that this will be tabled, it will be presented, made public. Meanwhile, the seat sharing plan for states like Delhi and Punjab will be decided a little later. According to sources, India Bloc will be beginning its campaign for 2024 Lok Sabha polls by the 30th of Jan.
हमने पहले सभी लोग जीत के आना है, जीत के लिए क्या करना उसके बारे में हम सोचे। कौन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना ये बाद में की बात है। एमपीज अगर नहीं है तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात करके क्या फायदा है। तो इसीलिए हम पहले अपनी संख्या बढ़ाने के लिए एक होकर सभी लोग लड़ के हम मेजॉरिटी लाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और बीजेपी आज जो और मोदी जी बहुत इतना 1-2-3 इलेक्शन होने के बाद उनको तो इतना घमंड आया कि अब देश में मेरे सिवाय कोई नहीं बचेगा, या दुनिया में भी मैं एक ही लीडर हूँ प्रचार करते हैं। तो हम पहले जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे और एक होकर जीतेंगे।
अच्छा रहा, अभी शुरू होगा, कैंपेन भी शुरू होगा, सीट शेयरिंग भी होगी, सब होगा।
कन्वीनर को लेकर सर कोई चुना गया? कन्वीनर को लेकर कोई बात हुई?
नहीं, अभी
इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक हुई है जी, और सभी दल बहुत जल्दी टिकट बांट करके मैदान में जाने के लिए तैयार हैं।
सहमति बन गई।
बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी और हम सब लोग जनता के बीच में दिखाई देंगे। जो मैंने पहले दिन से कहा, स्ट्रेटजी हमारी वही पीडीए रहेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराएंगे।
खाली मीटिंग में क्या कुछ हुई? मोटा मोटी
मीटिंग हुई, बहुत साफ साफ बात हुई।
एक मिनट मैडम,
सीट शेयरिंग, मास कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोग्राम 20 दिन के अंदर सब शुरू।
सर, कन्वीनर बनाने को लेकर कोई बातचीत?
कोई बातचीत नहीं।
कन्वीनर को लेकर
नहीं, कोई बातचीत नहीं।
सर सीट
बहुत सक्सेसफुल।
सर सीट शेयरिंग रैली
सब 3 हफ्ते में सब डिसीजन
हो जाएगा।
All right, let's cut to Mosmi Singh, who's been at the venue where the India Bloc meeting went by today. Mosmi, a quick word from you on what were the real fine details that were discussed. Of course, the top news that's come in and that's emerged, we've confirmed it. You've confirmed it. Mallikarjun Kharge has been backed by Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee to be the PM face for the India Bloc. Apart from this big development, what were the other finer details that were discussed today?
Sanjay. Promise kiya tha.
Mosmi, if you can hear me.
Right, so the big takeaway was that Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal, as you said, mooted Mr. Kharge's name, and Kharge tried to put at least a comma to that, or not a complete full stop, saying we'll see when we win the elections and how many seats come. He also went on and elaborated that point in the press conference when that question was asked. But the other thing was that the Ayodhya issue also arose, Nabila, and it was deliberated that, with the inauguration of the temple, sentiments would be whipped up, and the alliance needs to be geared up for that, on that count as well. The other important point was that state-wise, Nasir bhai, state-wise, the members would go and try to build confidence amongst the people. Let's take it from Mr. Nasir, who was present right there during the meeting. And how do you respond to the fact that, Mr. Kharge is trying to put a full stop or a comma as far as, saying when we'll win, we'll see, as far as the PM candidature is concerned?
See,
that's the biggest takeaway, that you've got a name now.
See, earlier also when we had alliances, we never fought with one face. We never projected any prime ministerial candidate. This has happened in our party also, and this has happened when we fought in alliance also. This has happened in the state elections also. We are not projected a chief ministerial candidate. I don't know what actually happened there in the meeting, but then you people asked him a question in the press conference, and Kharge Sahab has made it very clear that our motto should be to win election, to get maximum number of seats, to defeat the incumbent government, then to decide who will lead, then to decide who will be minister, then to decide what should be taken up.
But that also underlines that Kharge is emerging as the most credible face in the alliance. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal also praised Mr. Kharge's experience and said he was a big Dalit leader. So coming from the Aam Aadmi Party chief, mooting for a Congress candidate, that means that he's turning out to be Mr. Reliable for all the alliance partners.
See, there's no doubt that Kharge Sahab is one of the senior most leaders in the alliance parties. He has had a 50 years of clean run in the elections electorally, and then he has successfully tried to keep all the political parties together. He is a very hard worker. He is very transparent, and he has an ideological leaning on which he is very firm. And
but the question is, Mr. Nasir, that others are also now believing, at least Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal believe in what the Congress believes about Mr. Kharge. So can you get all the other leaders?
See, the alliance can bond well, the alliance can gel well, only when the leaders of different political parties rely on each other, respect each other, believe in each other, have trust and faith in each other, and then move ahead. Only then the alliance can bind and gel well, and they can fight well.
The other big takeaway is that there's going to be a set timeline for the seat sharing. Any deadline set as far as state-wise, the formula is concerned?
See, I think state-wise alliances and seat sharing will be discussed at the state level. And if there is a need, then the national leaderships will also intervene. And since it will be at the state level, it shouldn't take much time because seat sharing discussion will happen at different levels in different states. So simultaneous seat sharing discussions will be on. So it shouldn't take much time to clinch it.
Also, Mr. Nasir, that you lost 3 elections, 3 assembly elections. There were leaders who said that had the Congress gone together, had there been a joint rally, the impact would have been different. How did the Congress party and the leaders take that?
See, I don't want to get into what was said, who said what, and against whom or in favor of whom. What is important is we fought a very good election. Our coordination was good. We raised political issues. We got more percentage of votes than Bharatiya Janata Party. We got 10 lakh more votes than BJP. We couldn't get governments in 3 states, but we had we got one government in one state where we were never in the government. So the party which fought it very well, the cadres are still in upbeat mood because of the kind of votes and response we got from the people.
Right. All right. Well, we're cutting across to this big breaking news that's coming in. Sources tell us the TMC has proposed Congress should fight on nearly 300 seats in which it is indirect fight with the BJP. Congress should support regional parties on the rest of the seats. This is a big news development coming in on seat sharing that was extensively discussed, we believe, as part of the India Bloc meeting today in Delhi. Seat sharing, that finer details of it will be likely out by December 31st. Proposal by several parties, including the TMC and the JDU. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal has strongly backed Mamata Banerjee's proposal for Kharge as the Prime Minister's face for the India Bloc, arguing the Dalit angle. Now, more on that, particularly around seat sharing, we believe that TMC has pushed for the Congress to fight on nearly 300 seats across India, which it is in direct competition with the BJP. The rest of it should be allowed for the regional parties to fight off. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj more on that. Amit, this is a real big revelation coming in from the India Bloc meeting, and as per our strong sources, if you could corroborate for us, TMC has said 300 seats the Congress should look at fighting, where it's in direct competition with the BJP. The rest, please cede ground for regional parties.
Yes, Nabila, that is the big takeaway that we have right now. Sources have confirmed me that a formula of 300 plus 253 was proposed in the meeting, and TMC, in fact, was the party which initially pushed, saying that, nearly 300 seats where the Congress party is in direct battle with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Those should be the seats where the Congress should field the candidates, and the rest of the 253 seats where the regional parties are strong, they should be the one fielding candidates, and Congress should be backing these India Bloc candidates. So common candidate 300 plus 253 formula has been proposed. However, we should make a note that nothing has been decided yet because there are several other rounds of meeting which needs to be done, and hence the India Alliance is in a stage where the seat sharing is being looked upon. That is the primary focus right now. There are different formulas that are being spoken about. For instance, we are also learning from our sources that someone from Shiva Sena did propose that states like Maharashtra, where the alliance is already in place, seat sharing for that particular state should be done immediately, maybe in Delhi itself, so that no more time is lost. Similarly,
is it likely,
JDU
as per our strong sources, is it likely by December 31st we could have some understanding on what the India Bloc intends to do with seat sharing? Many of the states, they are facing off the same parties who they've now come into an alliance with. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to pull off the seat sharing deal smoothly by December 31st is what we're told.
Nabila, look, parties like Janata Dal United, Trinamool Congress, all these parties were saying that by December 31st, seat sharing formula should be, sorted out. JDU, TMC said December 31st, JDU wanted as soon as possible. So these are the targets that are being looked by the regional parties right now. But whether the India Alliance will be able to sort this out, the seat sharing formula, clearing that formula out by December 31st is to to be seen, because this is really complicated to the extent that Mallikarjun Kharge in the press conference also said that there are states like Punjab and Delhi which will be taken up in the later stage. So there are several layers to this. States like Maharashtra, where the MV alliance is already there.
Well, it is complex, but we know that the India Bloc has formed its alliance. Its first meeting happened in the month of June. So it's been quite a few months for them to have at least initiated that discussion itself on seat sharing. We know it's a tough task. They have gotten into it knowing very well that this is going to be complex and complicated, but you've got to speed up the process. Mamata Banerjee, we believe, is not very happy with the pace with which the meeting is going. No concrete decisions that have been made as yet, but wishing them the best. Thanks very much for joining us on that. Well, as we see here, India Bloc's fourth meeting has concluded today. This is, in fact, right in the backdrop of nearly 141 MPs who were suspended from both houses of the parliament, the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, in a historic move. So this has been almost a calling card for all the members of different parties to unite for this very meeting. But I'm going to take you through exactly what happened in the parliament today with an additional 46 MPs who were suspended, taking the total to 141 for the first time in history. Almost an opposition-less parliament now that it stands for the winter session. All that and more in To The Point on the other side. Slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
Ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
This is how everyone pictures India's most wanted terrorist, Dawood Ibrahim. The only images that exist of a man who has evaded Indian justice for 3 decades. Until 1985, Dawood was one of the most infamous figures in India, but his photos were scarce. Everyone knew of Dawood, but no one knew what he looked like. Then came this famous Dawood moment, captured by India Today photographer Bhavan Singh in Sharjah in 1986. Dawood and his gang members in tow, attending a cricket match between India and Pakistan. Realizing a man surrounded by bodyguards could be Dawood, India Today's Bhavan Singh prepared to take a photo. Just as he was about to click, Dawood's men stopped him. But Dawood signaled to them to allow the photo to be clicked. This image was the result. In 2015, a rare new image of Dawood Ibrahim emerged, providing the world with the first glimpse of the terrorist in over 2 decades. But now, amidst massive buzz over the status of Indian fugitive, you're probably wondering, what does 67-year-old Dawood Ibrahim looks like now? Well, India Today used artificial intelligence-enabled photo software to answer that question. What you're looking at are the results. Using the handful of public domain real-life images, here's how AI has imagined Dawood Ibrahim. The 3 phases of India's most wanted terrorist. How soon before we have a real picture of what he looks like now? With Rahul Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
They want an opposition mukt Lok Sabha, and presumably they'll do something similar in the Rajya Sabha. I think at this point we have to really start, unfortunately, writing the obituaries for parliamentary democracy in India. The basic principle of parliamentary accountability has been violated by the Home Minister not coming to the House to talk about what he's been telling the media outside, and secondly to initiate a discussion, which would have been the right thing to do, neither of which has happened. Then when opposition protested that, demanding it, they were suspended. So today, in solidarity with my colleagues, I too joined the protest, and everybody literally who was present today has been suspended for the rest of the session, which means that they want to pass their bills without any discussion.
Some 257 dead. Mumbai descended into a nightmare on March 12, 1993. The orchestrator of these horrific bombings sought refuge in Pakistan. Operating from his ISI-protected mansion in Karachi's Tony Clifton neighborhood, with as many as 7 properties in the Pakistani port city, now, unconfirmed reports emerging from Pakistan hint at a new development. India's wanted terror mastermind, Dawood Ibrahim, reportedly hospitalized in Karachi due to severe health complications. Speculations arise Dawood Ibrahim might have been poisoned. Reports also suggest internet shutdown in parts of Pakistan. Officially, Pakistan has always denied providing refuge to Dawood Ibrahim. Designated a global terrorist in October 2003, in June 2006, Dawood Ibrahim was named by the then US President as a foreign narcotics trafficker. Accused of smuggling narcotics from Afghanistan and Thailand to the US, Europe, the Middle East, Latin America and Africa. It's no surprise the Pakistani establishment remains silent on reports of Dawood Ibrahim's hospitalization. The shadows of the 1993 Mumbai bombings, however, linger over Pakistan until it breaks the silence on Dawood Ibrahim. Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड. Tata Safari, reclaim your life.
Thanks for watching To The Point. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through what happened in the parliament today. A massive furor over suspension of opposition MPs. India Bloc's strength in the parliament has now dropped further as more MPs were suspended for unruly behaviour and disregarding the directions of the chair. A total of 141 opposition MPs have been suspended in both houses. In fact, we're seeing 45 MPs from the upper house and 95 MPs from the lower house. Now, there will not be an action for the remainder of the winter session. Here's all that transpired in the parliament today.
But to mechanically suspend all of us, I guess that's the aim of the government, is to have an opposition-less parliament.
ये कौन सी परिभाषा में सरकार से सवाल पूछना संसद की मर्यादा भंग होती है?
It's clear they want an opposition-मुक्त लोकसभा.
क्या सोच के ये नया संसद बनाया जे इसको लोकतंत्र का कब्रिस्तान बनाना है?
Mass suspensions of opposition MPs galvanize anti-BJP parties. On Tuesday, 49 members of parliament from the opposition ranks faced suspension. A record 141 in this winter session alone. 95 MPs suspended from the Lok Sabha and 46 from the Rajya Sabha so far. The lawmakers demanded a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah regarding last week's security breach. Their suspension attributed to alleged disruption of House proceedings. The opposition MPs held protest, chanting slogans and displaying placards against the Modi government.
Modi Sarkar, down, down! Just 1 minute. Mr. Rai, you are a lawyer. I'm a son. You are a lawyer, I'm a son.
Filmed by Rahul Gandhi and other opposition MPs, a suspended TMC MP mimicked Rajya Sabha Chair Jagdeep Dhankar in a mock session outside.
What understand? My spine is so straight.
The BJP responded swiftly. Labeling the act reckless and criticizing Rahul Gandhi for recording it, the Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chair, Jagdeep Dhankar, deemed it ridiculous and unacceptable. The recent wave of suspensions was triggered by a vocal opposition demanding the Home Minister's statement on last week's intrusion. Some MPs carried placards including a morphed picture of the Prime Minister.
मेरा आग्रह है आपसे कि आप चर्चा करें, संवाद करें। ये तख्तियां लेकर सदन में मर्यादित आचरण नहीं है। ये क्या उचित है सदन में कि आसन तक नजदीक आप आ जाएं, आसन के ऊपर तक चल जाएं?
मोदी शाही मुर्दाबाद! 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 मोदी शाही मुर्दाबाद!
Stepping out, the suspended MPs, joined by their colleagues, continued their protest on the Parliament compound. Hostilities between the ruling and the opposition camps escalate sharply ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, how's the opposition viewing it? They've been suspended. Did they see this coming? Was this deliberate protest? Priyanka Chaturvedi, MP Rajya Sabha of the Shiv Sena, joining us. Thanks very much for speaking to India Today, Priyanka. We also have Shazia Ilmi, national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Amiben Yagnik, national spokesperson of the Congress. She's a suspended MP from the Rajya Sabha. Amiben, thank you very much. I'm going to start with Priyanka Chaturvedi. A quick word from you, Priyanka. 141 MPs in an unprecedented move have been suspended from the parliament. We've never seen this before. This is for the first time questions being raised on whether this was done deliberately by the opposition parties to come together as a united front right ahead of the India Bloc meeting. Take us through your view on how you see this suspension.
I think the new parliament is creating new historical lows in parliamentary democracy. We have seen how over 141 MPs have been suspended just because they were seeking some accountability from the government. And such a crying shame. The person who organized the visitors' pass for these people who created mayhem inside the parliament is continuing to be in the parliament, Mr. Pratap Simha. It's such a shame that the Home Minister of this country refuses to be held accountable on the floor of the House or to even issue a statement on the floor of the House. Let me take you back to 22-year-old history when a parliament was attacked by terrorists. We did not allow them to enter. Our brave men who were part of the parliamentary security services did not allow them to enter, step inside the parliament building. They laid down their lives for it. But we had the Prime Minister step up and speak up. Unfortunately, both the character and commitment to the parliament is clearly missing. And we will continue to fight this.
But at least the BJP's response to the leaders, some of them that I spoke to, says this is not the way a parliament should function. This is deliberate attempt to make this parliamentary proceeding a complete washout. This is heckling. There's no decorum followed. This is the punishment they get.
You know, I can clearly see even you're finding it difficult to frame the question, and the charges seem so ridiculous that it comes to the point of being hypocritical. Instead of being the temple of democracy, they made it a temple of hypocrisy, where heckling is something we hear from the treasury benches all the time, every time an opposition MP stands up to speak. We also see disruptions coming from treasury benches many a times when we stand up to speak. And since when has it become, breach of privilege or wanting to, itching to suspend MPs just because we are going to the well of the House? I remember so clearly that Arun Jaitley ji at one point in time called this disruption as a disruption as part of democracy. And today that itself is unacceptable to this government. So it's a crying shame that they're merely using some excuses of, oh, they were in the well of the House, oh, they were disrupting, oh, they were heckling. Cannot become an excuse to disrupt or to suspend. The question, the moot question is, which not just the opposition, the country should be asking the Home Minister and the Prime Minister, if we cannot keep our parliamentary building secure from an attack, how do we keep ourselves safe from anyone encroaching our borders? I think national security is of prime importance, and the question is not about us versus them. The question is about national security.
Priyanka, while the opposition leaders have been suspended en masse, we see that business in the House has still continued. Bills have been passed. In fact, today in the Lok Sabha, the Provisional Collection of Taxes Bill of 2023 has been passed in the Lok Sabha sans the opposition.
No, like I said, it is very dictatorial. And I would say we should shut down the cost of the parliament if this is the procedure moving forward. Let all the legislative business happen from the PMO. Because there's only one person who decides which way the country is going and is not willing to take accountability of those consequences of such policies introduced, that might as well declare that India is no longer a parliamentary democracy. It will be governed on the basis of dictatorship, and that the PMO will be conducting all the businesses, and the cabinet and the PMO will function in tandem, and they do not need the opposition. Nowhere in the history of the world which follow the process of parliamentary democracy would you see the Prime Minister and the Home Minister not holding themselves accountable on the floor of the House. We have the Home Minister coming and saying, oh, I'll go get Aksai Chin, oh, I'll go get POK. Yes, please go get Aksai Chin, get POK. But first answer these questions of how a security breach happened in the premises of the Parliament. And where did we go wrong?
But, I'd still ask you if this is a deliberate attempt did you see this coming in the first place? There's a lot of talk that the opposition knew that they're going to be suspended. They created mayhem just like they did yesterday. So on day one, you had a whole bunch of MPs suspended. That behavior continued to today. Was this an attempt to deliberately create pandemonium on the floor of the House so that you get suspended and this becomes a point of unity, or rather help you unite right ahead of the India Bloc meet? Was it a strategy?
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. That y'all are mocking the entire parliamentary procedures. You don't have the ministers coming and taking responsibility for themselves and for what they're to be held accountable for. Nobody's asking the question of the Prime Minister or the Home Minister when they are, inviting them to news channels to discuss the parliamentary security while the Parliament is in session. Nobody who is taking interviews for print channels with the Prime Minister is asking him questions like, Deputy Speaker is supposedly responsible for parliamentary security system. And it is a responsibility, it comes under his responsibility. We don't have a deputy speaker for over 5 years now. I'm surprised nobody's asking the Prime Minister or Home Minister this question, even if they're choosing not to come to the Parliament and they are choosing these platforms to vent their opinions. The second question is, there have been over 40% vacancies in the Parliament, security services. Why has that not been filled? Last but not the least, parliamentary security comes under the domain of a joint secretary. No appointment has been made. Fourth question, why is Pratap Simha going absolutely unaccountable for the visitors pass he issued for these people? So the minute you'll ask the questions to that of the government, I'd be happy to answer the role of the opposition inside the Parliament.
All right. I'm going to take that question to Shazia Ilmi of the BJP. Shazia, if you can give us some clarity on the thought behind suspending 141 MPs, which is unprecedented, never heard or seen of in Indian history. And a question Priyanka Chaturvedi asks, you were quick, the Speaker was, and in the Ethics Committee was quick to expel Mahua Moitra. Here you have a parliamentary security breach, again, of national security concerns. But Pratap Simha still remains an MP. No action, he's not been summoned, no clarity on that.
Yes, I heard it all very carefully. I've been hearing it since the last 2 days. So I pretty much know what the questions would be. First of all, I would really like to thank the opposition for making Mr. Jaitley their guiding light and for quoting him. I wish they also quoted him on what he had to say about the role of Congress and what Congress has done to this country and on various issues. So they have picked up what Jaitley ji said, especially when the disruptions happened because of rampant corruption during UPA 2 time. When not just that, when there were no answers forthcoming, when India was being looted, right from Spectrum to coal, to 2G, to Commonwealth, to Augusta Westland, to Scorpion. And that is when these protests and these questions are asked from the then opposition benches, which was BJP. And it was in this light that Jaitley ji raised these questions. But I'm very happy to know that our leader, our beloved, wonderful late Jaitley ji is the guiding light for the opposition. It's heartening to know. Secondly, and most importantly, whether it's Rafale or Pegasus or Manipur or even this, where no denial has been made of the fact that there'll be a full and a complete answer after a complete inquiry about what has transpired. But as a prefabricated, pre-rehearsed and predetermined plot to somehow counter BJP and the Treasury benches, they have all gotten together.
Whatever may be the reason, Shazia Ilmi, do you believe that a draconian move, a draconian decision of such nature to suspend 141 MPs,
can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Suspension must be done sparingly.
I want to finish saying, thank you. I want to finish saying what I'm saying because this I was leading to that. You had unnecessarily wasted television time, and this back and forth. So I was just actually coming to that.
You can jump into the answer. Go on.
Yeah, thanks. So what the point I was making was that there is a reason why it's called a house. There's a rule book. I think everybody knows that. There is a rule number 373. There is a rule 374. And just when you say that never before has it happened, that so many MPs have been, have been asked to leave the parliament and have been expelled or suspended for a time period. Never before have we seen such unruly conduct and misbehavior. And that is the collective plan.
We've seen BJP leaders in the assembly of various states also acting in a similar fashion when you have to raise a question. When you're in the opposition ruled states, it's not first of all, the well of the house is commonplace. It's natural for protesting or MLAs or MPs to raise slogans to come to the well of the house.
It is not normal to carry
it is a common sight, and we've seen BJP more often than not, even in opposition ruled states, doing the same in the assembly.
I'm answering exactly that, So it is not normal. It is part of ignoble conduct, unruly conduct, and rowdy behavior, and behavior which is considered unparliamentary in nature, to heckle, to shout slogans, to jump into the well, to carry placards, to make sure that all the appeals.
So stay with us. I'm going to get Ami Ben, who is also a suspended MP herself from the Rajya Sabha. Ami Ben, a quick word from you. We heard you. A quick word from Ami Ben on what did you witness? Shazia Ilmi alleges that there was rowdy behavior, absolutely shameful to see opposition MPs raise slogans, disrupt proceedings. Ami Ben, if you could take it away, please. What did you witness in the House?
See, I think what is shameful is the conduct of what is happening by the ruling dispensation in this democracy system. Everyone is only demanding a statement from the Union Home Minister, and he has just to come to the House and make a statement about the act that happened by these intruders in the Lok Sabha. And they jumped from the gallery. Immediately it was found out that the pass was issued by a BJP MP, and it would have been very simple to come and make a statement by the Honorable Home Minister, and that is expected of him. That is the conduct of which speaks volumes. He did not come.
So but Ms. the investigation is still underway. There hasn't been a complete report of the investigation that's been tabled as yet. Do you believe it's fair for the Prime Minister or Home Minister to jump the gun, come and address the Parliament and speak about investigation that's ongoing?
Nobody has asked for any investigation statement or any inquiry statement of the result of the investigation. When an incident happens in the House and we are talking about democratic institution, democracy rules all the time. And we also gave a notice, several MPs gave notice as per the rule of conduct which was mentioned earlier. I think it is the onerous duty of the Home Minister to come and say to the House, address the House and say that yes, such a thing has happened, we are looking into it. But just not to come, not to step in the House at all and say, okay, file as many notices you want to file, do whatever you want to do, make as many requests you want to make. We went on requesting to the Honorable Chair that please hear us, please hear the LOP, please see that we are seeking only a statement from the Honorable Home Minister. Why does he not come to the House? You have seen earlier what has happened when the farm laws were bulldozed. We went on requesting the Honorable Prime Minister to come then and speak about it. Also, when the Manipur violence went on from May till date, not a single statement. We went on asking the Honorable Prime Minister, please come, please come. And when we say use the rules.
All right, so you asked the Prime Minister to address the House. That hasn't happened. You protested, you were suspended. Now, what next for the opposition? Can I ask you, there are questions being raised that this was a deliberate attempt of the opposition because they expected a suspension. You invited it only so that you can show unity for the India Bloc meet.
I asked that questions are for the BJP. I think it will be only fair if you give me more time, because Amiji is repeating what Priyanka just said. And considering it's a short program, I think we should give both sides equal chance.
You have a point to make. I'm also very short on time. With barely a minute, Shazia, please make your point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you had two people saying exactly the same thing.
I need to answer your question.
So it's pretty much like a copy-paste of the first speaker. So if you want to know the other side,
please get to the point. We're barely 30 seconds. You're wasting time. Please get to the point.
Yeah, so the fact of the matter is that when it came to Manipur, when the Home Minister was speaking, whose jurisdiction it actually was to speak on the matter, what was his demand and the zid and the stubbornness and the insistence? No, the Prime Minister will speak. And now when others, members in the House are saying, and Amit Shah is saying, yes, I will give an answer, I will come back, there has to be one insistence to make sure that whether the Home Minister or Prime Minister or all of Treasury benches must work according to the agenda set pre-decidedly by the opposition, only to ensure that no business is done. And yes, slogan shouting, sloganeering, holding placards, calling names, jumping on the benches, throwing mics, prancing around in the well is unruly conduct. That's why there is a 373 and 374. And imagine what they did with Jagdish Thankarji. I mean, it was so shameful.
Yeah,
You're talking about democratic institutions. Imagine a constitutional post such as that of Jagdish Thankar. What were the MPs doing? Look at this Mohabbat ki Dukaan fellow, Rahul Gandhi. How he was taking videos of a very pathetic, absolutely cringeworthy behavior of the opposition party.
I'm sorry, we barely have time. This is the big breaking news, though, that we're cutting to right away as the India Bloc meeting has just ended. We have some inside scoop coming in. Mallikarjun Kharge has been proposed as Prime Minister face for the India Bloc by Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal. And sources tell us the moment Mallikarjun Kharge's name was proposed for Prime Ministerial candidate, Lalu Prasad, Nitish Kumar, both of them very angry over that name being proposed, walked out of the India Bloc meeting a little early. This is the information that we have. Angered by the name of Mallikarjun Kharge being proposed at the India Bloc meeting, Lalu Prasad and Nitish Yadav left the alliance meeting a little early, did not even attend the press conference that was addressed by Mallikarjun Kharge himself. It's also noteworthy that Lalu had given a statement in support of Nitish Kumar just a few days ago and had said that there is no challenge before Nitish Kumar. He's the tallest leader, most experienced, etc. So the moment Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal proposed Mallikarjun Kharge's name, you had leaders like Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar walking out a little early, did not attend that very meeting. Well, this is the latest information that we have, as we know that Mallikarjun Kharge now has been pushed by some of the parties to be leading the India Bloc as the Prime Ministerial face, though he has said that he's not vying for any position. Let's win first, then let's talk about Prime Minister's post. These are words of Mallikarjun Kharge, and that's the inside scoop that we have for you. But that's it for now. Thanks very much, our panelists, Ami Ben, Shazia Ilmi and Priyanka Chaturvedi for joining us. Stay tuned. On the other side, Rahul Kanwal.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will skip the ED summons for the second time. The Delhi government has said that Kejriwal will leave for a 10-day Vipassana meditation course starting December 19th at an undisclosed location and will not be able to appear before ED on December 21st. The Aam Aadmi Party has rejected the liquor policy case as entirely baseless, claiming it is a witch hunt orchestrated by the Modi government. Kejriwal's party hinted that the Delhi Chief Minister may not comply with the ED summons, citing his scheduled Vipassana meditation. The BJP retaliated, accusing the Delhi Chief Minister of corruption.
अब इंसाफ का वक्त आ गया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपकी इच्छा भी पूरी होने जा रही है। आप कहते थे ना मुझे देर में मुख्यमंत्री रहना, लालू जी की तरह आपकी बड़ी सोच थी बड़ी कि मुझे तो करप्ट बेईमान मुख्यमंत्री जेल में रह के काम करना है। अब आपको जेल जाने का मौका भी मिलेगा। हाँ, संविधान में आपको मुख्यमंत्री रहने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा, लालू जी की तरह 4 दिन तक रह पाएंगे, लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों को इंसाफ मिलेगा और आपकी भी मनोकामना पूरी हो जाएगी।
This is the ED's second summon to Delhi Chief Minister in almost a month and a half. Earlier, Kejriwal ignored the summons for November 2nd. Instead, he travelled to Madhya Pradesh to address a public meeting on the same day. In a letter to the ED that time, he accused the agency of acting on behalf of the BJP. The ED is investigating the suspected money laundering aspect in the liquor policy case. 2 of the Delhi Chief Minister's closest lieutenants, Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, have been in custody for months over allegations of money laundering linked to the alleged excise scam. Bureau Report, India Today.
मैं कहूँगी ये मीटिंग और भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है जिस तरीके से तानाशाही रवैया केंद्र सरकार ने अपनाया है। या तो वो हमें बता दें कि पार्लियामेंट की अब ज़रूरत ही नहीं है क्योंकि हम उसको सुरक्षा नहीं दे सकते और हमें ऑपोजिशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हम तानाशाही की तरीके से पीएमओ अब नया हेडक्वार्टर्स होगा जहाँ से सारा लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस होगा। इस तरीके से पावर का मिसयूज करना जनता के बीच लेकर जाना ज़रूरी है। जनता को बताना ज़रूरी है कि आज ही मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के साथ हो रहा है, कि उनके अधिकारों का हनन हो रहा है, कल आप सभी के साथ होगा।
It's an alliance of a few parties who are just interested to save themselves for the corruption that they have done. And Adir Babu is trying to say that, he will not come to terms with Rahul Gandhi's decision that, they will be in support or in alliance with TMC in the Lok Sabha vote. These are all theatrics and all natak. They are all together. Natak, they do natak that,
we are against TMC's corruption, but inside they are all together.
मर्यादा तोड़ रहे हैं, सदन की मर्यादाओं को मत तोड़ें। नो।
Massive sloganeering, placards and ruckus. Politics peaks over Parliament's security breach. With just 5 days left for the winter session, uproar continued in the Lok Sabha on Monday. The opposition persisted with its demand for a statement by Home Minister Amit Shah. More opposition MPs were suspended from Lok Sabha, raising the total number of MPs barred from Parliament to 92.
Item number 7.
While the opposition is up in arms, the government made an appeal to let the House function.
Practically this is the last session. तो इसलिए मैं निवेदन करता हूं, हाथ जोड़ के विनंती करता हूं, ये जो निर्णय हुआ था आपके समक्ष, तो हम तटिया नहीं लाएंगे, उसको स्वीकृति दिया है, इसको पालन करते हुए सदन चलाने के कृपया आप बड़े मन करके सदन चलाइए, यही मेरा प्रार्थना है।
सारे सुरक्षा इंतजामियात में जो खामियां पाई जा रही हैं, जो कमियां हमें दिख रहे हैं, ये हमारे लिए बड़ा गंभीर मुद्दा जरूर हम मानते हैं। चाहे बीजेपी पार्टी और सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी इसको माने या ना माने, अगर उस दिन कोई घातक हथियार लेके ये लोग अंदर आते तो क्या होते, ये सोचकर हम हैरान होते हैं।
On Sunday, in an interview to a Hindi daily, Prime Minister Modi condemned the incident and said the security breach was not to be taken lightly and should not be politicized.
The suspension of members of parliament from both houses has only added fuel to the fire. Repeated assurances from the Lok Sabha Speaker that the two are not linked has not borne any breakthrough. So expect stormy scenes to continue, derailing all constructive discussion in both houses of parliament until end of session. With camera person Pawan Kumar, Polomi Saha in Delhi for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 9 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 16 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 17 degrees.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, Fashion for your furniture. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-presented by New Kia Sonet, The Wild Reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, Har family hogi insured. Max Life Insurance.
Good evening and welcome. 109 days after they last met in Mumbai, members of the India Alliance got together finally in the national capital. Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal proposing the name of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge as the Prime Ministerial candidate of the India Alliance. Will Kharge make a worthy contender against Prime Minister Modi? How would the Modi versus Kharge battle look like? Kharge himself playing down the prospects of being the Prime Ministerial candidate of the India Alliance. It's a googly of sorts for the Congress, which has so far largely tried to project the Gandhis as their tallest leaders. What does Kharge as a potential Prime Ministerial candidate against Modi look like? We'll look at that on the news track, and that's my top focus.
The big political newsquake. Kharge emerging as opposition Prime Minister face. Dalit Kharge versus OBC Modi. BJP has the edge. Can India catch up? Rahul Kanwal decodes alliance math. Big focus on news track.
There are advantages and disadvantages with candidate Kharge. He's a Dalit, isn't a dynast. Will have far wider acceptability amongst many members of the India Alliance. Some, though, are opposed to him. He also doesn't have age on his side and isn't quite a fraction as charismatic as Prime Minister Modi. Kharge versus Modi. Is that where the battle for 2024 is going, or is this just a pressure tactic from Messrs. Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee to put the Gandhi family on the back foot? We'll look at all of that. Let's get started. Here are the headlines. I'm tracking tonight. 141 members of parliament suspended. Opposition stages protest. Video of TMC MP mocking Vice President Dhankar triggers outrage. PM condemns the opposition protests in parliament, claims India allies are siding with each other and with those who breached parliamentary security. PM says BJP will fill the opposition's empty seats in the 2024 elections. Big boost for the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi dispute. Allahabad High Court rejects all pleas by the Muslim side, challenging the suits filed by Hindu worshippers. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to skip Enforcement Directorate summons on the 21st of December in the Liquorgate probe, cites annual meditation Vipassana retreat as the reason. Australian pacer Mitchell Starc becomes the most expensive buy in IPL history. Kolkata Knight Riders pick Starc for a whopping 24.75 crore rupees. We've got breaking news coming in just now that when Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal proposed the name of Mallikarjun Kharge as the India Alliance Prime Ministerial candidate, this did not go down well with the likes of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar, both apparently upset over the proposal to make Kharge the Prime Ministerial face of the India Alliance. That's the information that we're getting. Remember, Lalu Yadav had just very recently given a statement of support in favor of Nitish Kumar, saying that Nitish Kumar needed new challenges. So it seems the key issue today was Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal and many other India allies pushing for Mallikarjun Kharge, the Dalit Congress president, to be made the Prime Ministerial face of the India Alliance. This is something that didn't go down well with the leaders from Bihar. Aditya Vaibhav now joins us. Aditya Vaibhav is a reporter in Patna. He's the one breaking this story for us with inputs from the RJD and the Janata Dal United camp. Aditya, why is it that Lalu Yadav and Nitish are quite unhappy with the proposal put out by Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal to make Mallikarjun Kharge the Prime Ministerial face of the India alliance.
Well, exactly, Rahul. This is something that has actually irked several of the JDU supporters and JDU cadre as well. And this is the reason that has technically, you can say, stoked controversy in Bihar political circles, even as the meeting of India Bloc concludes this evening. Interesting to note here is the fact that all eyes were set on this meeting because this was something to be the game changer or something to define the action plan of the opposition's bulwark against the BJP. But then the selection of name of Mallikarjun Kharge has something that has triggered yet another controversy. Interestingly, it was Nitish Kumar who started the entire, you can say, homework for this, and he prepared ground for the opposition's bulwark. But then in the meantime, he had been saying that he has no prime ministerial ambitions for himself, but then he wants the opposition to consolidate against those trying to change the history. But then the meeting that concluded in the national capital this evening has created much of a storm. And interestingly, close on the heels of that particular meeting of the India Bloc came a list of 5 names from the Congress that were actually christened as National Alliance Committee. So something very different and quite unexpected, Rahul.
Okay, Aditya, Vaibhav, thank you very much for joining us with that update. The big story, of course, is the fact that Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal both proposed the name of Mallikarjun Kharge. They also said that they do their first joint rally on the 30th of January. Now, that to my mind is very late because April and May is when the various phases of polling will start. If you hold back your first joint rally till the 30th of January, the question is it really too late? Mamata Banerjee apparently set a deadline of the 31st of December, just a couple of weeks from now, for the seat-sharing formula to be worked out. But clearly, a lot of talk, but no firm decisions in this, the 4th meeting of the India Alliance either.
Since its first meeting on 23rd June in Patna, one of the biggest questions plaguing the India Alliance has been, who will be the PM face? 6 months later, 2 key Team India allies, Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal, proposed Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's name. Not Rahul Gandhi, not Nitish Kumar, not Sharad Pawar.
Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal proposed Kharge ji must be coordinator of this India team, and we will project him as Prime Minister of India in forthcoming elections.
Is Mallikarjun Kharge emerging as opposition's PM face to take on Prime Minister Modi?
जीत के लिए क्या करना उसके बारे में हम सोचे. कौन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना ये बाद में की बात है. एमपीज अगर नहीं है तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात करके क्या फायदा है.
The other big focus of the India Bloc meet that came days after BJP's heartland sweep was to chalk out seat-sharing formula. Months before 2024 campaign kicks off, it still appears to be a sticking point.
अच्छा रहा, अभी शुरू होगा, कैंपेन भी शुरू होगा, सीट शेयरिंग भी होगी, सब होगा.
सीट शेयरिंग का भी हम मिल के पहले जिस स्टेट में हमारे लोग हैं, पहले वो लोग वहाँ पर एक दूसरे से समझौता करेंगे. दिल्ली या पंजाब का है, वो समस्या को भी किस ढंग से सुलझाना, ये भी बात बाद में तय हो जाएगी.
बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी. प्रधानमंत्री के चेहरे से बड़ी बात यह है कि लोकतंत्र का मंदिर कहने वाली जगह पर लगातार सांसदों को बाहर निकाला जा रहा है. जी, क्या ये सामान्य बात है?
Sources tell India Today that TMC, along with many other India parties, has set 31st December as the deadline to finalize seat sharing.
With months to go for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Team India has got into action. Will it be Modi versus Kharge, OBC versus Dalit in the next general elections? It's the first time that a name has cropped up, and it's definitely stirred the political pot boiler. With camera person Himanshu Mishra and Shreya Chatterjee and Amit Bharadwaj, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
The big question after the fourth meeting of the India Alliance members, will Mallikarjun Kharge make a good choice as the India Alliance's Prime Ministerial face for that battle against PM Modi in 2024? Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee are rooting for Kharge. Nitish Kumar and Lalu Yadav seem to be upset. What works in his favor? What goes against him? A Dalit face against the Prime Minister's national credentials with his OBC base. How will a Kharge versus Modi battle look like? Joining us to talk about this on the broadcast, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, Syed Zafar Islam. Meeta Chakrabarti represents the Congress. Amitabh Tiwari is with us. We've got Jayanto Ghoshal, who knows Mamata Banerjee's mind better than most. She's the one who came up with this idea. So what's cooking there? Jayanto can explain that. Rajat Sethi is with us, well-known political commentator, as is Rashid Khidwai, who understands the ins and outs and the way the leaves are flying inside the Congress. So I want to go across first to Jayanto Ghoshal. On Mamata Banerjee, coming out with this googly at the Congress, googly aimed at the Gandhi family, saying, "Aap baith jao, let Mallikarjun Kharge be the Prime Ministerial face of the India Alliance." She's been in the capital for 48 hours now. You've had an opportunity to interact with her, Jayanto. Is this something that Mamata Banerjee had already decided? Why does she think that Mallikarjun Kharge is the best of the opposition rank? Many thought Mamata would root for Mamata. She's rooting for Kharge. Why?
Rahul, I liked your word googly. I think this is interesting googly done by Mamata Banerjee. Yesterday, Congress leaders of West Bengal, they were saying that Mamata Banerjee, she wants to be the Prime Ministerial candidate. She cannot support any Congress leader as Prime Ministerial candidate. And the most important thing is that other spokespersons of TMC, they were suggesting Mamata Banerjee's name. So it is crystal clear that Mamata cannot support Congress on this issue. Yesterday also, when in the media interaction in Delhi, Mamata Banerjee said that we will choose our Prime Ministerial candidate after the result. When specific question on Kharge, she said that she is not against any person. But she didn't disclose their name that time. After the meeting with Kejriwal, the joint strategy evolved that we should suggest the name of Kharge because everybody is blaming that we are not serious. So we should, and we are not supporting Congress. So let's give a name of Dalit, with a man with Dalit identity. Inside Congress also there are several suggestions that Kharge should fight election from UP, from a Dalit dominated constituency, as Rahul is contesting election from South India. So the North India, the South person can contest. All this gups-up, all this gossip were inside the party. Now Mamata Banerjee, in front of all leaders, when she is suggesting the name, she is proving that she is not against the Congress candidature. She is not, and Dalit candidate, and the Modi's attack is more against Rahul. If Kharge is there, that is also another argument that BJP's problem will be more. So these are the more issues. And now,
so how many seats is Mamata Banerjee willing to give Congress in West Bengal? That's the critical question. Ultimately, that's where the rubber meets the road. How many seats will Mamata Banerjee be willing to give the Congress party in West Bengal?
No, crystal clear. Mamata Banerjee is ready to give 2 seats, maximum 2+1, not more than that. And that's why Adhir Chaudhury's seat is safe if Mamata Banerjee doesn't give any candidate in Baharampur. The second seat is Malda, so sitting MP. But Jangipur, Pranab Mukherjee's seat, I don't know if Abhijit Mukherjee His Pranab Mukherjee's son, he is now in Trinamool Congress. So maximum 2 plus 1. But is Congress ready? And that's why, Rahul, today Kharge said to Mamata that give me 2 days time. Tomorrow there is a meeting with the West Bengal Congress leaders, and not only Adhir Chaudhary, Deepa Dasmunshi, she was observer of Telangana, and success came from that state. Deepa will be there, and few other leaders of Congress, so that there is a process of democracy, organizational democracy, Congress will say, and actually it is for buying time. Now, left also, part up, it's a catch-22 situation, because left is saying that we cannot leave anti-Mamataism in West Bengal. So, can Congress do that? And Mamata is saying, I don't have any problem.
Rashid Kidwai, how is the Congress likely, outside of what Kharge said in that press conference, was very brief, nobody else was flanking him. Usually when there is a post-India alliance press conference, everybody's together, they jointly answer questions. Obviously this meeting didn't go as planned, which is why Kharge came out alone, very briefly made that comment and then left. So how is the Congress behind the scenes likely to decode the googly bold by Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal? Rashid Kidwai.
I think, Rahul, Congress people see it as a posture, as a kind of tactical move, because he's a Dalit and he's unlikely to be opposed by many quarters. But that may not happen, in the sense that Mr. Kharge, other than many other things and number game, etc., he may end of the day, Rahul, if at all the India alliance is able to beat the NDA led by Prime Minister Modi, Mr. Kharge may not become Prime Ministerial candidate. We have
why not? History. What goes against him? Why should the Congress not give him a chance?
It is politics, Rahul. You have to look back in 1977 when Charan Singh was a credible candidate, when JP, the entire election movement was around Jayaprakash Narayan, but Morarji Desai became Prime Minister. Similarly, 1989, the mantle of leadership had gone to Chaudhry Bansilal and Devilal. And Devilal then, said he doesn't want to become Prime Minister, and he proposed name of VP Singh. So this is the kind of games that are there deep inside. But at this point of time, it is aimed at Uttar Pradesh, just to gauge that how Mayawati would react to it, how the Dalit voters are going to react to it. Remember, the India alliance has actually pitted against a very, very formidable, if not impossible challenge. So this is one move that is to cover their sort of flanks. And
will someone like a Mayawati in Uttar Pradesh find it difficult to say no to the India alliance if Kharge is indeed their prime ministerial face, because she believes the Dalit vote bank is strongly with her, or she'd like it to be? And if Kharge is the India alliance prime ministerial face, does that then put pressure on Mayawati to come on board?
Now, logically, it would have, but we know that Mayawati's constraints are beyond the realm of obvious politics. So I am not. I mean, personally, if you're asking me, I don't think Mayawati is going to be impressed. But then, what are the options that India Alliance had? Because as you know, there is 16% solid Dalit votes are there across the country, and if you club it with minority votes and others and all, then India Alliance theoretically on a piece of paper becomes some kind of challenger.
Okay, Amitabh Tiwari, the Dalit Mallikarjun Kharge, he's been member of parliament for a record 9 times, lost once in 2019 by a margin of 95,000 votes. He's won before this, so he has a long checkered record as a member of parliament, as a minister in Karnataka. If indeed the stars were to align and the Congress were to agree and Nitish and Lalu also give up their obstruction, from your analysis of the data, how would a Kharge versus Modi battle look like?
See, essentially, he is the most leader of this alliance, having more than 50 years of experience. He understands real politics, belongs to the Dalit community, which is 17% of population. And there are 84 SC reserved seats, out of which the BJP won 46 in 2019. Modi ji may not be able to brutally attack Kharge ji in campaigns as he does Rahul Gandhi, and he speaks Hindi as well. However, age is not on his side. At 81 years of age, when the 60% of the voting population is between 18 to 35 years of age, he may not be able to connect with the youth. So that is likely to be a problem. He's not also a pan-India leader, as you've mentioned. He lacks appeal outside his home state of Karnataka, and is seen as a South Indian leader still, correct? Not a pan-India leader. So there will be opposition to his name from quarters like Nitish and Lalu, as we've seen, because Nitish believes that he is the architect of this alliance and he should be given a chance. But I think Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal have tried to kill two birds with one stone. They have reduced or eliminated competition from other regional satraps like Nitish or anybody else like Akhilesh, who want to become PM candidate of India Bloc, and also at the same time ensuring that Rahul Gandhi does not become the PM candidate of the Congress party, because these leaders
Syed Zafar Islam, do you buy this argument that it's much tougher to attack the Dalit Kharge than it is to attack the entitled Dinesh, or at least you want to project Rahul Gandhi as one, and therefore a Kharge versus Modi battle is tougher for the BJP than a Modi versus Rahul battle?
Well, Rahul, we are not overly, or rather not at all concerned about who they want to project as Prime Ministerial candidate, because as a bloc, the Kamandiya Gathbandhan is a very weak bloc, because this was the fourth meeting and still they are discussing about that we have to fight against NDA led by the Honorable Prime Minister. Second very important thing, that by proposing Kharge's name, Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal both has sown a seed of breaking the Kamandiya Gathbandhan royally. Because this, by proposing his name today, it's only when they have not even decided the seat sharing, they have not decided many outstanding issues to be resolved, yet to be discussed and resolved, and still they have went ahead and proposed the name. That only suggests that they have something against Kharge, against Congress party, and there is no meeting of minds between them and the Congress party for sure. They want to go alone, or they want to definitely do not want to go with Congress, something which is so apparent by proposing his name. Having said that, we are not really concerned whether it's Kharge, Rahul or Nitish Kumar.
Meeta Chakrabarti, does Mamata Banerjee's move put the Gandhi family on notice, because they have to come up with a good reason? If this is the one face around which critical allies like Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, and I'm told that 8 others said that they don't have a problem, then the Gandhis need to have a very good reason to try and veto their own man, or at least somebody who they claim is their own man. Now, will they be willing to project him as Prime Minister? And if not, why not, Meeta?
Okay, good evening to all the fellow panelists and to the viewers. First of all, till about yesterday, the narrative that was being run by sections of media is that both Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal had prime ministerial ambitions of their own. Now, today, it's the same two leaders who have gone and have tried to project Mr. Kharge as the PM face and the coordinator of the India Alliance Bloc. That's number one point. Number two, Mr. Kharge himself had rejected the proposal. Mr. Kharge had gone on record to state that let us fight this unitedly, let there be elected MPs, and let the elected MPs choose the next leader. He has made it very, very clear in his press conference. It was nobody else but Mr. Kharge who had come up with that statement. Number three, we had 28 political parties participating today. We have a deadline. By 31st of December, we will have a seat sharing formula and the seat sharing to be finalized. And as early as 30th of January, we will start doing our joint rallies. So there have been
30th of January is 1 month away. Campaigning peaks in February and March. If your first rally happens in 30th January, that's not showing much urgency. But once again, Rajat Sethi, what is tougher for the BJP? Modi versus no one, Modi versus an ambiguous India alliance, or Modi versus Kharge? Arithmetically, what is trickier? Rajat Sethi.
Well, I think Khargeji, with all due respect to his experience and everything, he is close to zero only. So Modi versus Kharge.
Why do you say he's close to zero?
See, I mean, on a serious note, he himself lost his 2019 election. He was defeated by an erstwhile Congress, his own MLA who was groomed by him, Umesh Yadav.
No, but he could potentially consolidate the Dalit votes in favor of the opposition, and that's a vote bank the BJP has been trying very hard to woo.
So certainly, I agree. He comes with the credential that he belongs to the Dalit community, but just having a simplistic affiliation to one community in today's day and age doesn't cut. You have to have a very proactive approach. You need to have a programmatic approach. You need to have an emotional outreach to the community. And just by sheer optics, I don't think Congress will be able to win back its core base, which used to be Dalit base till 2009 elections. But there has been a tectonic shift in that vote base. And I don't see any kind of an emotional outreach.
You're saying the Dalits who've moved away will not come back just because the India Alliance projects Kharge. If they do, the government's worked very hard through Labhartis and various other schemes to woo the Dalit community, and we saw that play out in the recent assembly elections amongst the Dalits and amongst the tribals as well. Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. He was out and about at the India Alliance meeting. Mallikarjun Kharge did that press conference all by himself. Usually it's a joint meeting. Everybody gets to have a word in, lots of questions tossed around. Does that indicate that all's not well in the India Alliance, which is why Lalu, Nitish, I'm told now by our reporters in Bihar, upset with Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal rooting for Kharge as PM?
I don't think that that is necessarily the case, Rahul. The sense I get is that Lalu, Nitish, among others, want someone to be made convener. They feel that there is a need for some kind of direction in terms of leadership. Whether that leadership has to come from Nitish Kumar, as perhaps the Bihar lobby hopes, or whether it has to come from Mallikarjun Kharge, as perhaps Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal suggested.
Why? You met Mamata yesterday. Why? Yesterday when she spoke, she wasn't rooting for Kharge. She said, okay, we'll decide later. Why did she, within 24 hours, root so strongly for Kharge?
Very interesting question, Rahul. You will recall yesterday, in fact, at the press conference, I was the journalist who asked her this. That if Mallikarjun Kharge is pushed, will you support him? And she said, no, decision on leadership should be taken after the elections, after the general election, not before. In 24 hours, Mamata Banerjee has made this proposal. What is the reason behind it is unclear at the moment. I think somewhere they believe, there is a section which believes that that they want to see the Congress's commitment to take this alliance forward, where making Mr. Kharge in some form a leader would be one of the elements of taking the sort of alliance forward. The problem they are having is at the moment, neither does the alliance have a common minimum program. They don't have a leader. Their narrative is basically, as of now, built on anti-Modism. So unless they push forward, fast forward, I think this is the way in which Mamata and others are saying you need to fast forward this exercise. If Mr. Kharge has to be made, do it now. Don't do it on the eve of the election. I think this is just to test the Congress at the moment to see how committed is the Congress to take
How is the Congress, in your best estimate, likely to react? The Gandhis, obviously, Sonia Gandhi would like Rahul Gandhi to be Prime Minister. Priyanka would like that as much. Now they've suddenly got a googly bowl their way. How are they likely to face this?
You know, the sense I get, Rahul, interestingly, is that Rahul Gandhi himself is clearly not interested in being projected as Prime Minister. The people around him certainly would like to project him, and I think Sonia Gandhi is among those. I think the Congress is worried that they cannot be dictated to by these regional parties. The problem for this India alliance, the elephant in the room, Rahul, remains the Congress party. How much is the Congress party willing to concede? Before these assembly election results, the Congress thought it could dictate terms to the alliance. Their defeat has meant that now it's these allies who are trying to, in a way, fast forward this alliance process and dictate terms to the Congress. How much space is the Congress willing to give these allies is the big question. But clearly we saw, I think, a shift in the power equations today. I know you say that Kharge addressed the rally, but that's because this was convened by the Congress. But the sense I got is the allies are restive and want the Congress to take decisions faster.
Rashid Kidwai, is that likely to happen? Is the Congress chastened after the defeat in the Hindi heartland and the walloping it got at the hands of the BJP? Because they were earlier thinking they could win 3, they could win 2, or maybe at least 1. They won nothing. Has that brought the Congress down to Mother Earth or not?
Absolutely, Rahul. I think there is a sense of desperation, if not urgency, to get things moving and moving fast. I think the Congress is also doesn't fancy its own chances of having one of them as a Prime Minister unless they cross 150 Lok Sabha seat mark, which is very big. At present, the Congress is not even sure of winning 100 plus Lok Sabha seats. So this is arithmetic. I think they just need to get their act together collectively.
But why then, Rajdeep, are they doing their first rally on the 30th of January? I mean, February and March is when you campaign. April and May is elections. Your first rally happens on the 30th of January. By then we have a lovely Ram temple. The BJP is running riot over the opposition by then.
You know, Rahul, time is running short for the opposition. Even this meeting, Rahul, has been held, after almost 4 months?
109 days, Rajdeep. 109 days after Mumbai.
That's right. So, the fact is that the Congress, in that sense, showed no urgency over the last few months in the expectations that they would do very well in these assembly elections. Now that they've not done well, there's an element of concern naturally. But the fact is, again, the real battle, and you've been showing numbers, Rahul, is Congress versus BJP. How is the Congress going to recover ground in the one-on-one battles? The regional parties are reasonably confident that they can hold on to their own. I was with Uddhav Thackeray a short while ago, and he insists that in Maharashtra he believes that their Maha Vikas Aghadi can take the BJP on. There's a confidence there. I don't think the Congress has any confidence at the moment of taking on the BJP in the Hindi heartland. And unless they're able to achieve that, I don't see this India alliance actually being able to challenge the BJP nationally, Rahul.
Amitabh Tiwari, to the extent that it does, what implication with the assembly election results, where the BJP already came close to 50% vote share in several seats, have on the battle for 2024, given that the BJP is likely to get a bump because of the fact that Prime Minister Modi will directly be on the ticket? Does that then mean that in every battle which is Congress versus BJP, it's advantage BJP?
See, essentially these three Hindi heartland states, the BJP has maxed out with 62 Lok Sabhas.
Correct, 62 out of 65.
However, there is a bigger message for the 190 direct BJP versus Congress contest, in which BJP won 175 and Congress won only 15 of the seats. The vote share gap is a mammoth 20%. Of the 303 seats which BJP has won in 2019, 224 seats they scored more than 50% vote share. So this battle, see, Congress is in contention only in 261 seats, first and second. 190 versus BJP and 71 versus regional parties. Here is where it has to get 100 or 150 to stay in contention. And the problem for the Congress party, unfortunately, is that the regional parties who are part of the India bloc do not have any role in these 190 seats. So Congress is largely on its own in these 190 seats. See, Congress is the natural leader of the alliance because it accounts for half of the vote share and almost 1/3 of the seats. But do they go ahead with a face or not? And as you mentioned, with the ticket, the name of Prime Minister Modi on the ticket, as per your survey, India Today Access My India Survey 2019, for 37% of people, which is the highest, PM face was the most important voting consideration. So if you don't have a PM face, you are literally excluding 37% of the voters from your target addressable market. And that's the biggest question for the India bloc going ahead. And you mentioned about the Jan 30 rally. Last time, the MCC came into effect on 10th of March, which is less than 3 months away. So time is running out. We might see some parties still wriggling out.
That's why Zayyad Zafar Islam is not complaining. He's not spoken much in the show, but he says, "Theek hai, agar aise ladoge to lad lo." We are quite happy because we know no matter how the debate ends, we know how the battle will end next time. Zafar?
Well, in our view, Rahul, they have already lost the battle because you know that the election is just around the corner. If this India alliance or the Gavandia alliance, they are now thinking of fighting a battle against us and having their first meeting, next month, and their joint rally on 30th of January, you can very well understand that they have already accepted defeat because they know, well, they must be getting the feedback from the ground that no matter what you do, you cannot pose challenge to the
Okay, let me try and show in terms of numbers 4 sheets which really give you a sense of what might happen if the BJP goes head to head with the Congress, what might happen when the Congress goes head to head with the regional party, when a regional party goes head to head with the BJP, and the level of the kind of election that will be fought is very different. So I'll start first with seats where the battle is BJP versus Congress. So in the analysis that we did, you've got about 190 seats where the head-on-head fight is BJP versus Congress. The BJP won 175 of those in the last elections. The Congress won only 15. The BJP's vote share on an average was 56.5. The Congress's vote share was 35.3. That's a 20% gap. Remember, even if the BJP comes down a bit from 56.5, there were a lot of headroom because the Congress's base is 35.3. These are the seats where the battle is BJP versus Congress. Let's look now at battles where the BJP is up against, say, a regional party, or a regional party is up against the Congress. So here are the battles where it's BJP versus a regional party, say the Trinamool, or say the BRS, or the Biju Janata Dal. Here it's different. There are 185 such seats. The BJP won 128 of them in the last elections. The regional parties won 57. Here the gap in vote share is just 7%. 47 for the BJP, 40 for the regional party. So the battle is tighter. A 7% gap between the BJP and the regional parties, which puts the regional parties on a stronger footing. Remember, the Congress won only 15, the regional parties won 57, where they are fighting the BJP. After this, let's now come to seats where the battle is Congress versus a regional party. Congress versus a regional party, 71 first seats. The battle means first versus runner-up. Who's first, who's runner-up? 71 seats where Congress was up against a regional party. Here the gap is just 0.2%. Congress with 40.7% of the vote share, regional parties with 40.9% of the vote share. So just a 0.2% gap in vote share, and the Congress 3 seats up over the regional parties. So here the battle is quite different. If I look now at seats where there are two regional parties up against each other, you had the first party at say 50.8 and the second at 35, and then 97 such seats where there are two regional parties up against each other. But for the purpose of this analysis, the first, second and third categories are most important, which really tells you how Congress is the weak link. Rajdeep, how are the Gandhis likely to react? Will they accept Mallikarjun Kharge as the Prime Ministerial candidate? And remember, all these India Alliance members, the likes of Mamata Banerjee, the likes of Uddhav Thackeray, they're in Delhi, they're working the phone lines. Meeta, your sense of whether the Gandhi family and the Congress will accept Kharge ji? Do you want your man to be Chief Minister, the Prime Ministerial candidate, or not?
Well, as clearly communicated by Mr. Kharge, the decision regarding the Prime Minister will be taken after the election has been fought and the elected MPs can elect the leader of the House. So that's a procedure that we are going to follow, and that has been very clearly articulated by our AICC president. Now, regarding 2019 election, if my data is correct, BJP got about 37.7% vote share. And even if you put the allies together, I think about 60% vote went to the opposition parties. Now, the opposition parties were not fighting together. So if you take an example of Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, and among these 3 states, we are talking about 130 parliamentary seats. Now, in Maharashtra, a Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray fraction and NCP and Congress were not fighting together. In Bihar, JDU, NCP and Congress were not fighting together. In West Bengal, for example, Congress and TMC were not fighting the election together. So when you
how much of a difference might it make in a state like West Bengal, Amitabh Tiwari, if the Congress and the Trinamool do fight together? How much of a difference could it make to the BJP's fortunes? One potential is that the Muslim vote unites fully behind the Trinamool and the Congress. The other is that the Muslim vote in a state like West Bengal is largely going to be with the Trinamool in any case, regardless of whether the Congress is on the ticket, because they'll be seen as the prime opponent to the BJP. So what impact might it make on the ground in the elections? Amitabh Tiwari.
I mean, theoretically, if you just add Congress, TMC and CPM's numbers in 2019, assuming all of them come together, then they could have won 8 more seats. But this is assuming a seamless transfer.
But we saw SP and BSP coming together. Correct. Doesn't mean anything.
This is assuming seamless transfer of votes. And just one point again, in the BJP versus regional party contest, on 88 seats, Congress is number 3. And here is where the role of the alliances come into picture for the India bloc.
Interesting. You're saying look at chart number 3, so I'll call it up on the screen right away. In the 185 seats where it's BJP versus a regional party, Amitabh Tiwari points out that on 80 plus seats, the Congress is number 3. So if you add the Congress's votes to those 57 seats that the regional party won, then the BJP could hypothetically fall from that 128. In a worst case scenario, they could lose 60-70 and that would make the battle very different. Rajat Sethi is itching to come in to counter that. In these 185 seats, BJP versus regional party, if the Congress's vote does go, it means less opposition wasted vote and potentially, at least on paper, a tougher battle for the BJP, Rajat Sethi.
Exactly, Rahul, it's just on paper, because devil lies in the detail. If you unpack this regional bloc, you will see a lot of parties which are actually ambivalent. You have BRS, which will go increasingly vary some of Congress's gains in Telangana. They might get closer to BJP or at least be open to an outside support. You will see both TDP as well as Jagan's party itching to be, seen in the same frame as Prime Minister Modi. You have Naveen Patnaik, who's also on the other side. And like all of these people are not essentially opposition per se. So even in this regional bloc that is being projected here, these are some of the very strong performing regional parties who are not even in the India bloc. So this theoretical sort of a projection into how things will pan out doesn't seem that true. And by the way, the only place where I have seen the India bloc really fusing and working together is Maharashtra. It is only there where MBA as a bloc in its as a whole, I don't see any differentiation between the party cadres, like till the grassroots. They're pretty much fused.
No, but we saw in the recent local body elections when it was MVA versus the Mahayuti won quite handsomely.
See, usually speaking, local body and that to the Gram Sabha level elections go in favor of the ruling incumbent. And I would not read too much into that. But looking at an overall sort of a case study where the India bloc is actually doing fine in terms of organization, not in terms of votes. At least in organization, because they have had a working equation for the past 4 or 5 years. Nowhere else do they have the experience of working together. We've seen that unfolding in Madhya Pradesh. The bigger worry is that there is no history function of all of these parties coming together, and therefore this simple combination of vote share is not going to work. It won't be seamless.
Because you need more than just arithmetic. You need some form of chemistry. You need a promise, you need a personality, and you need conviction to take on a colossus like Prime Minister Modi. It won't happen just by arithmetic addition. It requires chemistry to spark and light, connect with the Indian voter. Will they be able to do it? Not much emerging from today's meeting in terms of consensus and moving forward, at least an effort to try and see if there can be a seat sharing formula by the end of the month. Let's see if that does come through. I want to thank our guests for joining us on the news track. I'll have a separate edition this week of the Political Stock Exchange where we look at the numbers and how they're shaping up. India Alliance versus the BJP. What does the battle look like numerically? When we come back, reports of Dawood Ibrahim's hospitalization sends netizens into a tizzy. What could Dawood Ibrahim be looking like right now? Should we put the last known images of Dawood Ibrahim into multiple generative artificial intelligence engines? I'll show you what came up when we come back on the other side of a quick break. What could Underworld Don Dawood be looking like right now?
Immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Said that you will live to see the elimination of Hamas. What did you mean by that, and how important is it to eliminate Hamas?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me.
And today is actually Hamas' 36th anniversary. Hamas was founded exactly 36 years ago, today, on December 14th, 1987. And I hope that this year would be the year, the final year in Hamas, and the end of 36 years of violence and destruction, of death and human suffering. I personally would like to see this happen, because enough suffering, enough killing of children and civilians for political and religious gain. I think this game really needs to stop now and as soon as possible.
Okay. But when it comes to the United Nations, and if you look at all the conversations around United Nations, I ask you this because you yourself had gone and pleaded the case of why it is important to eliminate Hamas. As a Palestinian, to look at the kind of resolutions at the United Nations with an overwhelming support to bring about humanitarian ceasefire. We do know that they talk about human shields and that Hamas uses civilians as human shields. But at the end of the day, Musab, in your appreciation, do you think that the actions that are continuing against Hamas in Gaza Strip is not a direct attack against the civilians?
Well, the Hamas is using the Gazan civilians as human shields. This is a war crime, and the civilian casualty in Gaza Strip is basically Hamas' responsibility as the governing authority. People voted for Hamas.
You don't bought the news track. Dawood Ibrahim, India's most wanted criminal, is a rarely seen phantom. There are very few photographs of the 1993 Bombay serial blast mastermind. The big question is, what could Dawood Ibrahim look like right now? India Today put the last known images of Dawood Ibrahim into multiple generative AI image engines. This is what Gen AI threw up.
This is how everyone pictures India's most wanted terrorist, Dawood Ibrahim. The only images that exist of a man who has evaded Indian justice for 3 decades. Until 1985, Dawood was one of the most infamous figures in India, but his photos were scarce. Everyone knew of Dawood, but no one knew what he looked like. Then came this famous Dawood moment, captured by India Today photographer Bhavan Singh in Sharjah in 1986. Dawood and his gang members in tow, attending a cricket match between India and Pakistan. Realizing a man surrounded by bodyguards could be Dawood, India Today's Bhavan Singh prepared to take a photo. Just as he was about to click, Dawood's men stopped him. But Dawood signaled to them to allow the photo to be clicked. This image was the result. In 2015, a rare new image of Dawood Ibrahim emerged, providing the world with the first glimpse of the terrorist in over 2 decades. But now, amidst massive buzz over the status of Indian fugitive, you're probably wondering, what does 67-year-old Dawood Ibrahim looks like now? Well, India Today used artificial intelligence-enabled photo software to answer that question. What you're looking at are the results. Using the handful of public domain real-life images, here's how AI has imagined Dawood Ibrahim. The three phases of India's most wanted terrorist. How soon before we have a real picture of what he looks like now? With Rahul Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
I have no idea what he actually looks like, but I hope we can get him soon. This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. Thank you for tuning in. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night.
चौथी मीटिंग में 28 पार्टी ने हिस्सा लिया और 28 पार्टी के नेता लोग अपने अपने विचार को कमेटी के सामने यानी गठबंधन के सामने रखा। लोगों के हित में सब मिलके किस ढंग से अपने को एजिटेशन करना है या जो भी इश्यूज है उसको उठाना है, तो ये सारे देश में कम से कम 8-10 मीटिंग सभी मिलके करने का एक निर्णय हुआ।
इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक हुई है जी, और सभी दल बहुत जल्दी टिकट बांट करके मैदान में जाने के लिए तैयार है। सहमति बन गई। बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी और हम सब लोग जनता के बीच में दिखाई देंगे। जो मैंने पहले दिन से कहा, स्ट्रेटेजी हमारी वही पीडीए रहेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराएंगे।
Honorable members, I have urged the House. You are not aware of the kind of response that is against this institution in the mind of the people. And we had the occasion to see the lowest level. Mr. Chidambaram is here. Mr. Chidambaram, you are a very senior member. Imagine what must be going through my heart when your senior leader videographs a member parliament mocking the institution of chairman. As an individual, take on me. Don't take on my background as a farmer. Don't take it background as a community member. Institution of chairman has been ravaged, and that too by a political party that has gone for so long. A member parliament, senior one, videographing of another member. For what? I had suffered, I tell you. On Instagram, Mr. Chidambaram, your party put a video, which was withdrawn later on. That was shame to me. You used Twitter, official handle of the spokesperson, to demean me, insult my background as a farmer, insult my position as a jat, insult my position as chairman. Sir, these are two serious issues. Please go back to your seat.
This is how everyone pictures India's most wanted terrorist, Dawood Ibrahim. The only images that exist of a man who has evaded Indian justice for 3 decades. Until 1985, Dawood was one of the most infamous figures in India, but his photos were scarce. Everyone knew of Dawood, but no one knew what he looked like. Then came this famous Dawood moment, captured by India Today photographer Bhavan Singh in Sharjah in 1986. Dawood and his gang members in tow attending a cricket match between India and Pakistan. Realizing a man surrounded by bodyguards could be Dawood, India Today's Bhavan Singh prepared to take a photo. Just as he was about to click, Dawood's men stopped him. But Dawood signaled to them to allow the photo to be clicked. This image was the result. In 2015, a rare new image of Dawood Ibrahim emerged, providing the world with the first glimpse of the terrorist in over 2 decades. But now, amidst massive buzz over the status of Indian fugitive, you're probably wondering, what does 67-year-old Dawood Ibrahim looks like now? Well, India Today used artificial intelligence-enabled photo software to answer that question. What you're looking at are the results. Using the handful of public domain real-life images, here's how AI has imagined Dawood Ibrahim. The 3 phases of India's most wanted terrorist. How soon before we have a real picture of what he looks like now? With Rahul Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 9 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 16 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 17 degrees.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
So sorry.
evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Mumbai is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 153. Panji is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 155. Ahmedabad is at 25 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 137. Bhopal is at 21 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 118. Jaipur is at 23 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 157. Delhi is at 21 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 207. Srinagar is at 8 degrees Celsius with AQI being 131. Lucknow is at 21 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 206. Patna is at 23 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 282. Kolkata is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 211. Hyderabad is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 169. Bangalore is at 25 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 153. Chennai is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 128. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by New Kia Sonet, the wild reborn.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point tonight is the political googly that's been thrown by Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal. They pushed formally for Mallikarjun Kharge as the Prime Minister face of the opposition in 2024. Is the India alliance divided over it? And can the opposition give Mr. Modi a fight, or is it simply too late? Questions that are blowing in the wind tonight. We'll come to that India meeting, but first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Mamata Banerjee floats the proposal for Mallikarjun Kharge to be made the Prime Minister face of the India alliance. Arvind Kejriwal backs her at a key meet in Delhi. Kharge says must win polls first before deciding a Prime Minister face. Mallikarjun Kharge's projection as a potential Prime Minister face may leave Nitish Kumar and Lalu Yadav in the cold. Sources say Lalu and Nitish upset that they've not been consulted. Nitish leaves the Team India meeting early. Record-breaking 141 opposition MPs and counting now suspended from Parliament. Opposition stages more protests. A video of TMC MP mocking Rajya Sabha Chair Jagdeep Dhankar triggers anger in the government benches. Prime Minister Modi condemns the opposition protests in Parliament, claims India alliance is siding with the Parliament breach accused. Modi says BJP will fill the opposition's empty seats by 2024. Boost for the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi dispute. Allahabad High Court rejects all pleas by the Muslim side, challenging the suits filed by Hindu worshippers. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to skip the ED summons on December 21st in the Liquor Gate probe, cites his annual meditation retreat as the reason. South Tamil Nadu reels under heavy rainfall, bringing normal life to a standstill. Indian Air Force and Navy pressed into action. Chief Minister Stalin to meet the Prime Minister for financial assistance. Israel-Hamas war continues to wreak havoc in Gaza. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reiterates India's call for early restoration of peace. An Australian pacer Mitchell Starc becomes the most expensive buy in IPL history. Kolkata Knight Riders pick Starc for a whopping 24.75 crore rupees. Pat Cummins goes for 20 crores to Hyderabad. But the big story that was broken first here on India Today, Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal have thrown a political googly by proposing Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, as the Prime Ministerial face for the opposition India alliance. Sources telling us that Nitish Kumar, Lalu Prasad not on board with this proposal as yet. Seat sharing talks will begin and are likely to conclude by the end of December, according to India Alliance sources. A convener also likely to be appointed next month, with joint rallies likely to begin in the second half of January. So the big story that's coming in at the moment is of Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal's proposal for Mallikarjun Kharge. Maushmi Singh joins me at the moment. Maushmi, how is the mood in the Congress party in particular to see Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal propose the name of Mallikarjun Kharge? Have they been caught a bit by surprise?
Rajdeep, many in the Congress feel that this was a googly that they didn't expect happening so soon, and with the presence of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi there, when Mamata Banerjee spoke, Arvind Kejriwal seconded that proposal a bit too soon. It seemed to be in tandem. So there is a loud talk about groupism as far as the India Alliance is concerned for mooting proposals and various issues. And on this count, because the Congress party had very clearly outlined that we will not be going for any particular post, and that was Kharge and Rahul Gandhi that in fact underlined and that in the Patna meeting itself. So the Congress is taking this with a pinch of salt. They're trying to really fathom the political fallout of this entire issue. Already there's news trickling in that Lalu Yadav and Nitish Kumar weren't very pleased. And some leaders told me that many were caught by surprise, not only the Congress members, when Mamata Banerjee mooted that. Thinking about it, that Mamata Banerjee didn't want to speak, and she said Derek had already spoken, and it was Sonia Gandhi who said, no, you must also put your point across.
Very interesting, because sources close to Mamata Banerjee are saying that this is a move that she believes is out of the box, will disrupt existing equations and will bring Dalit Muslims and OBCs, she believes, on their side. So clearly she seems determined to go ahead at the moment, or at least she believes that this is a kind of potential game changer move. We'll see how that plays out. Maushmi Singh joining us there on a cold evening in Delhi. Thanks very much. Now, from seat sharing formulas to the 2024 fight to who will be the opposition's face against Narendra Modi. Let's listen in to what the India allies had to say after their huddle in the national capital.
हमने पहले सभी लोग जीत के आना है, जीत के लिए क्या करना उसके बारे में हम सोचे। कौन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना ये बाद में की बात है। एमपीज अगर नहीं है तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात करके क्या फायदा है। तो इसीलिए हम पहले अपनी संख्या बढ़ाने के लिए एक होकर सभी लोग लड़ के हम मेजॉरिटी लाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और बीजेपी आज जो, और मोदी जी बहुत इतना 1-2-3 इलेक्शन होने के बाद उनको तो इतना घमंड आया कि अब देश में मेरे सिवाय कोई नहीं बचेगा, या दुनिया में भी मैं एक ही लीडर हूँ, प्रचार करते हैं। तो हम पहले जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे और एक होकर जीतेंगे।
It was a very successful, fruitful meeting. Everybody opened their mind and told. A little bit criticism is although here and there, of course, because we are 20, 25, 26 parties. Main focus was to finalize the seat sharing.
अच्छा रहा, अभी शुरू होगा, कैंपेन भी शुरू होगा, सीट शेयरिंग भी होगी, सब होगा।
कन्वीनर को लेकर सर कोई चुना गया, कन्वीनर को लेकर कोई बात हुई
नहीं अभी।
इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक हुई है जी, और सभी दल बहुत जल्दी टिकट बांट करके मैदान में जाने के लिए तैयार हैं।
सहमति बन गई।
बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी और हम सब लोग जनता के बीच में दिखाई देंगे। जो मैंने पहले दिन से कहा, स्ट्रेटजी हमारी वही पीडीए रहेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराएंगे।
खाली मीटिंग में क्या कुछ हुई, मोटा मोटी
बहुत साफ साफ बात सीट शेयरिंग मास कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोग्राम 20 दिन के अंदर सब शुरू।
सर कन्वीनर बनाने को लेकर कोई बातचीत?
कोई बातचीत
कन्वीनर को लेकर
नहीं, कोई बातचीत।
सर सीट
बहुत सक्सेसफुल।
सर सीट शेयरिंग रैली
सब 3 हफ्ते में सब डिसीजन
हो जाएगा।
So the big questions that we are raising tonight, will now the India Alliance project a Prime Ministerial face, and could that be Mallikarjun Kharge? Can the opposition therefore get its act together? Or is the opposition in no position really to fight the Modi juggernaut? Will the opposition be able to ensure maximum one-on-one fights with the BJP? The big questions coming in tonight, particularly that Kharge question. Joining me now, Priyanka Kakkar is Aam Aadmi Party's spokesperson. Remember, they are among the parties that have supported the idea of Mallikarjun Kharge as the India Alliance PM candidate. Sanju Verma, BJP's evergreen spokesperson. Mohan Kumaramangalam, Congress's spokesperson, joins me. Ghanshyam Tiwari from the Samajwadi Party, which remember could not strike an alliance with the Congress recently in Madhya Pradesh. I want to come to each of you one by one. First, you, Mohan Kumaramangalam. We broke the story at about 5:45 of Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal proposing the name of Mallikarjun Kharge, and then asked the question to Mr. Kharge. He immediately said, no, all decisions will be taken after the election. First, we have to win it. Why is the Congress unwilling to pitch, as other opposition allies seem to be, for Mallikarjun Kharge as Prime Minister? Is it the Gandhis who are not in favor? What is it that prevented you all from accepting Mamata's proposal?
Rajdeep ji, I wasn't in the room, and as far as the statements that have been made in the press meet after the alliance meet, or by individual leaders whose statements you showed right now before we started talking, none of them have said that this sort of proposal was made.
No, I have confirmed it, Mr. Mohan Kumaramangalam. I asked the question specifically to Mallikarjun Kharge. He did not deny it. I can confirm that the proposal is on the table.
He neither denied nor confirmed it. Let's just talk in conjecture, because let's just say what you're saying is true for a minute. I think that if the India Alliance does choose to project one leader, it will be a unanimous decision. And as all the leaders have stated, this particular alliance meet has been mostly about seat sharing and figuring out where we're going to campaign together and how we're going to go to the electorate together. So I can't say for that. I think you're being uncharitable.
Okay, we need to get your line better, Mr. Kumaramangalam. In the meantime, I'll go to Priyanka Kakkar. Priyanka Kakkar, it is Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal who joined Mamata Banerjee in proposing Mr. Kharge's name. What's the politics behind it? Do you believe that simply Mallikarjun Kharge being a Dalit face is going to attract Dalit voters, or has Indian politics moved well beyond that?
Rajdeep ji, good evening to everyone. I see nothing wrong with supporting the name of Mr. Kharge. He is someone who's risen up the ranks from a booth level volunteer to the party president now. He's the leader of opposition currently, and why not? Why not? So it was just a proposal, and let's see what becomes of it. And we have to start talking about these things. We have to start talking about seat sharing. We have to start talking about our strategies. So we are well on the path.
So is it a sign of desperation, ma'am? Is it a sign of desperation that after the defeats that the Congress has suffered in the Hindi heartland states, you all need to think out of the box? Is this a sign that the India Alliance has realized that unless you think out of the box, you can't take on Prime Minister Modi?
I would not think so, because, I was watching one of your shows which said that Congress overall, if you look at all the states combined, got some 10 lakh extra votes. So I would not think so. And we still not, since the show's debate line was such, so I am constrained to say this, that a week is a long time in politics, and we're right on path.
All of you are playing very, very defensively today. Ghanshyam Tiwari, are you going to be willing to step out and say, look, the India Alliance needs to do something, and needs to do something soon, because otherwise time is running out. The BJP is already ready with its 2024 plan, and you all are still discussing programs, mass contact programs, Kaun Banega, Pradhan Mantri, potential seat sharing allies. We've got just 3 months to go before the elections.
Good evening, Rajiv, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. Three things are clear. One is that Mr. Kharge has already defeated Mr. Modi in the Karnataka elections, where Mr. Modi was the face of the campaign. Mr. Amit Shah was his deputy in the Karnataka campaign, and BJP was squarely defeated. That is one. Second, that it rests the continuous speculations that Modi ke khilaf kaun, Modi ke ye kaun, wo kaun. There is no one who has said that Mr. Kharge is not a suitable candidate. And that is the strength of India Alliance, that there are people with solid track record, solid credibility at their state level and national level. And as a result, this is a discussion that can go in an amiable way. And third and final, you are right that BJP is ready. One, they have Mr. Modi, and other is Mr. Modi ki guarantee. For them, whatever those guarantees would be. But as it is clear from Rajasthan that BJP is not giving a 450 rupees cylinder, they will not talk about jobs. That is not going to be their guarantee. So Modi ji ki guarantee is unemployment. And the India Alliance guarantee has to be employment. India Alliance guarantee has to be an affordable way of living and finding prosperity, especially for the poor, not for the Adanis and the people for whom 15 lakh crore was given away as dole by this government in write-offs. So the India Alliance guarantee is going to be a counter to Mr. Modi's guarantee. The India Alliance itself, no matter what BJP party or BJ party talks about it is India Alliance. India Alliance in its
you're talking about an India Alliance, sir, when you all could not even tie up in Madhya Pradesh. The fact was you asked for a couple of seats in Madhya Pradesh and Akhilesh Yadav and Congress couldn't come on the same page. So this India Alliance needs to start getting its act together.
Yes, but did that does BJP demonstrate the confidence it should? We are seeing the blackest day in our parliament history when 141 members of parliament have been suspended, and people like Braj Bhushan Singh are symbol of Bharatiya Janata Party. Ramesh Biduri is a symbol of Bharatiya Janata Party. Every one of your viewers who's watching can look at their son or daughter and ask them that whether Mahua Moitra deserves to be in parliament or Braj Bhushan Singh deserves to be in parliament. Whether Ramesh Biduri be suspended or Pratap Simha be suspended, or the members of parliament who asked the question about accountability of the Home Minister be suspended. These are the questions with which we will go to people in 2024.
Okay. Yeah, Sanju Verma, I'll get you in a moment, but Mohan Kumar Mangalam, since the line had got cut briefly, I want a clear answer from you. Does the Congress party believe you should go into the 2024 election with a face to take on Prime Minister Modi?
Rajivji, I don't believe it's necessary to have one person. I don't think a democracy works that way. I've said that many times before. I think I believe in collective leadership, and the Congress party believes in the same. I think I believe on contesting on issues, not on personalities. In fact, I am on the side of Dr. Ambedkar in that I don't think personality cult is good for our polity at all.
So you're happy to have an election where the BJP asks Modi versus who?
I'm happy to have an election because I think the public are of the mood right now, which is anyone but Mr. Modi. And I think the people have
Where is this mood coming from? Mohan Kumar Mangalam, you made a statement at a time when the BJP has just swept 3 out of 4 states, and you're telling me the public mood is anyone but Modi?
Rajdeep, why would you attribute those victories to Mr. Modi? When the elections were happening, you didn't choose to say those elections were about Mr. Modi. Suddenly, now that those states have been won, Mr. Modi is swept in to take credit for them. No, I'm going by the polls.
Look at every poll figure. His popularity remains pretty rock solid.
Well, if his popularity remains that rock solid, we'll see how it translates into vote share. Now, let me tell you generally that if you look at the UP in 2019, which, is an election that is widely talked about it being a massive swing for Mr. Modi, right? And you look at the UP, we were at 91 seats, 27% vote share. The India Alliance with the same vote share is about 144 MPs today, 37.5% vote share. You take those 3 categories, basically BJP versus Congress, BJP versus regional parties, and Congress versus regional parties. In BJP versus regional parties, there were about 185 seats contested, of which BJP won 128 by only a 7% margin. The third party, the person who came third in those electoral combats had more than 7%, and today is in the India Alliance. So please, let's not take a 4-state election and project that out to be an inevitability for the parliament elections.
I'm going to give you all the graphic. Just a minute, sir. I'm going to give you all the graphic BJP versus Congress, BJP versus regional parties in a moment, also where seat sharing takes place. But Sanju Verma, your first comments. Does the fact that if this India Alliance puts up Mallikarjun Kharge, a Dalit whose life story is
coming from a very poor, humble family to becoming Congress president, whose mother was killed in front of his eyes during communal riots, and yet he showed no hatred ever towards minorities. It's a very compelling story. Is that the kind of story that could take on Mr. Modi's story?
Rajdeep, we are 16 minutes into the debate. I listened very patiently to the other three panelists without heckling even once.
Excellent.
Because you always say कि मुझे तू मैं वाली debates पसंद नहीं है. तो बिना तू मैं किए, let me just address each of the queries, and I will address the elephant in the room. First and foremost, since you seem to be a movie aficionado, वो जो एक कालिया मूवी में अमिताभ बच्चन का एक डायलॉग था, हम जहां खड़े हो जाते हैं लाइन वहीं से शुरू हो जाती है. And after the thumping victory of the BJP in the Hindi heartland, winning Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and in Chhattisgarh, proving every political pundit wrong who said, oh, Bhupesh Baghel is coming in for a second term, poor BJP. And look, pop punditry was thrown down the tube. So first and foremost, my point is this. Narendra Modi, as the Prime Minister, as the BJP leader, his popularity is gravity defying. And I think the best explanation of Narendra Modi's popularity is this. Narendra Modi pulls off what few other leaders have managed to do. He banishes the near universal factor of anti-incumbency, and his popularity rankings defy the law of gravity. 52% people feel he's still the best candidate for the Prime Minister's job. 62.7% feel that his second term is either good or outstanding. Even at his nadir, his popularity never went below 54% during COVID. Written on the 25th of August 2023 by Editor-in-Chief of India Today, Arun Puri. Now let's come to the most important point. I think, Rajdeep, as you always say, and I've learned this from you after listening to your election analysis, politics is obviously about arithmetic. Winnability is very important. Nobody can dispute that. But politics is also about a connect, about that X factor. It is about a chemistry that the leader has with his electorate. Tell me honestly, in this particular article, Mr. Puri has written, he's given credit to Rahul Gandhi for his Bharat Jodo Yatra. But he says, despite Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi's acceptance and popularity rate only increases from 14% to 16%, a 2 percentage point jump. We leave Rahul Gandhi for the time being. My simple logic is this. Forget about the fact that the BJP has Niti, Niyat, Karyakram, Karyakoshti, booth level managers, Panna Pramukhs, so on and so forth, which everybody is well versed with. Let us talk about the Dalit factor. And it's a very interesting concept. Mallikarjun Kharge as the Dalit face versus Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the OBC face. But let's not kid ourselves. I think, as you always say, ye public hai, ye sab janti hai. And the public knows that the legacy of B.R. Ambedkar was obliterated by who? By the Congress party. Babu Jagjeevan Ram, one of India's tallest defense ministers and a Dalit at that, his legacy was obliterated by whom? By the Congress party. Very recently, I won't go to the Nehruvian era because nahi to log bolenge rahe ye वापस Nehru par chale gaye. Ramnath Kovind became the first Dalit president. And Sonia Gandhi took a good solid 21 months to even go and pay him a courtesy visit. And at that time, she was the leader of the Congress in terms of being the Congress president. But more importantly, let's talk about hard numbers. I think you cannot win 2024 no matter whether you are an OBC face or a tribal face or a Dalit face until and unless you have the OBC vote share. Because OBCs in most states account for 50 to 52% of the electorate, and in 30 seconds, the OBC vote share of BJP in 2009 Lok Sabha was 22%. It rose to 31% in 2014, but come 2019, the BJP's vote share among OBCs is 42% as of 2019, and among the extremely backward castes, it is 48%. How are you going to beat the Modi juggernaut?
Okay, you made a point. Ma'am, I've listened. Your 30 seconds now is up.
Rajdeep, indulge me for 10 seconds more.
Okay.
I humbly plead.
Okay.
Ghanshyam Tiwari is I always say Ghanshyam is a reasonably intelligent guy, very well read. But when Ghanshyam Tiwari talks about Narendra Modi and Brij Bhushan, I just want to remind Ghanshyam Tiwari, I have condemned Brij Bhushan despite being the national spokesperson of BJP. Being the national spokesperson of Samajwadi Party, a party which is supposedly in alliance with Rahul Gandhi's Congress, did you condemn the Jodhpur gang rape of a minor, the Alwar gang rape of a minor in Rajasthan when Gehlot was in charge?
Okay, you made your point now, Sanju Verma. You made your point. Well, you see, let's not get into, we've just had an MLA of your party also who's just been arrested, who's been convicted for 25 years for the rape of a minor. So let's. No, 1 minute, ma'am. The fact is, I want to focus today on.
Under Gehlot for a change, Rajdeep.
Ma'am.
You are one of the reasons why Ashok Gehlot never got the real picture.
Okay.
आपने उनको हमेशा चने के झाड़ पे
नहीं, please now. See, Sanju Verma, you start off well and you move into another direction. You've given a very strong defense as to why you believe Narendra Modi, according to you, is invincible. And I'll come to the other side. And I want to first play out Congress versus BJP, because in a way, all this India alliance is fine. The real Kamzor Kadi, many believe, is the Congress. Why? Polls of 2019, 190 seats approximately, which had direct one-on-one fights. BJP won 175, Congress won about 15 of them. Vote share in these seats, BJP was 56.5%, Congress was 35.3%. So, Mohan Kumaramangalam, first challenge is that unless the Congress gets its act together, this India alliance is going nowhere. And that's the big question. How is the Congress going to really get its act together after the 3 defeats you've just suffered?
Rajiv, it may sound like I'm a broken record here, but I keep saying that state elections have no bearing on central elections. We saw that in the last round as well, when we won all the 3 states before the 2019 elections. We believe that our vote shares are intact. And as I was saying before I got cut off, even a 5% or 6% vote swing on many of these seats can lead to a toppling completely of those numbers. So let's not look at those state elections and then extrapolate them to the central elections. I want to respond to a couple of things that Sanjuji said. One, I want to make sure I put it on record that Ramnath Govindji was not the first Dalit president. It was Narayanan in 1997. I hope she gets her facts right the next time she comes on the show. The second thing, I think they've got this obsession with gravity. Of course, Mr. Piyush Goyal said that Albert Einstein didn't need maths to do gravity, but I'm hoping she gets her math right this time when it comes to actually extrapolating numbers. And where the Congress is valuable is not only in direct contests between BJP and the Congress, but very much so in these contests where BJP is fighting regional parties, where Congress in many places ends up being the difference maker as number 3rd, which today, when they're in alliance with those regional parties, can pull that particular party over the post.
Okay, good point. Let me take that to the next graphic and then come to my AAP and Samajwadi party guests. What if this opposition alliance comes together? And these are numbers provided to us by My India Axis. Which are the states where an alliance is not, one-on-one fight is not possible between the opposition and the BJP? UP, where remember Mayawati is out of this alliance, that's 80. Haryana, 10 seats. Could there be one-on-one? Maybe, possibly. Will AAP and Congress come together? But remember, there's also the INLD there, which is not part of India. Andhra Pradesh, where Chandrababu versus Jagan Mohan Reddy, they're doing their own battles. Odisha, Biju Janata Dal is not part of this alliance, 21 seats. Telangana, where KCR is not part of the India alliance. So total 153 seats where one-on-one fights seem difficult. Is this one-on-one formula irrelevant? Take a look at states where it doesn't really matter, because here it's a direct Congress versus BJP fight already. MP 29, Rajasthan 25, Chhattisgarh 11, Uttarakhand 5, Himachal Pradesh 4, Goa 2, although Aam Aadmi Party would dispute that, Karnataka 28, now that JDS has tied up with BJP, Assam 14, Northeast by and large 11, UT is 5. Total 134, where it really doesn't matter what happens with the India Alliance. But where the India Alliance has possibilities are Bengal 42, Punjab 13, Delhi 7, Gujarat 26, which add up to about 88. Now these 88, if you add up with the 134, that's the number which the India Alliance needs to look at. Quite possible. State seats, Bihar 40. These are where it's possible now. Bihar 40, Jharkhand 14, TN Puducherry 40, Maharashtra 48, Kerala 20, because both left and Congress are in the India Alliance, JNK Ladakh 6, 168. You add up the 168 and the 88, 256 seats are where the opposition can have one-on-one fights with the BJP. Now I want to ask you straight question, Priyanka Kakkar, in Delhi, 7 seats out of these 256. Are you ready for a one-on-one fight? Are you ready for a one-on-one fight with the BJP? Will Arvind Kejriwal, is he committed to fighting with the Congress?
Arvind Kejriwal ji, let me assure you, Arvind Kejriwal ji will do anything that is for the betterment of the country. That is the demand of the nation. There is no denying that. There is no doubt about it. So whatever be, the modalities, the formalities will be definitely public in the times to come. I'll be speaking too soon. So let us just wait for how it shapes up.
No, but
the
question is, time is running out.
Always maintained.
Priyanka Kakkar, time is running out. We are already towards the second half of December.
Agreed. Having said that, I also said previously that, somebody said this, a week is a long time in politics, and it's not that we are starting from ground zero. We are all big names, tall leaders who have a good Sangathan, who have been working on the ground, who are tall leaders in their own states. It's not like we'll be starting from ground zero. It is only that this alliance has to take a more formal shape, and I'm absolutely assured, and I can assure you that Arvind Kejriwal ji will put nation first above anything else.
Okay. Ghanshyam Tiwari, UP, 1 minute. No election can really be won, many would say, in Delhi. You can't defeat the BJP in a general election without UP. At the moment in UP, you won't have a one-on-one fight. Mayawati is not part of your India alliance. And even in states like Madhya Pradesh, as we saw that in a state election, Congress was reluctant to go along with you. So I want to understand, do you see Uttar Pradesh to be your Kamzor Kadi? Uttar Pradesh's 80 seats is your Achilles heel if you can't have one-on-one fights.
Well, two parts, Rajdeep. One is that I don't think seat sharing is a challenge in Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav ji, our national president, has clearly stated. And second is the agenda of Uttar Pradesh is in some way the agenda of India Alliance. The agenda of Uttar Pradesh.
How is it not a challenge? The Bahujan Samaj Party is not part of your alliance. You are just you and the Congress at the moment.
Yes, I'm saying within
and the
India
RLD.
Alliance. I'm saying within India Alliance, the seat sharing is not a challenge, not with respect to BSP. That discussion is not on the table at the moment.
Okay.
As far as the agenda of India Alliance is concerned, in some way it is the agenda of Uttar Pradesh, where we see the highest number of unemployed youth are in Uttar Pradesh. The caste census is the most rooted element of politics in Uttar Pradesh right now, the PDA alliance that we talk about. Yes. And Braj Bhushan Singh, the man who is the symbol of women empowerment for BJP, is from Uttar Pradesh.
No, 1 minute, ma'am. Now you're being impatient.
So clearly the agenda of India Alliance is also rooted, and for BJP it is their religious politics. It's the lab of toxic religious politics that BJP practices across the India comes from Uttar Pradesh. So Uttar Pradesh is central, you are right, but it is not the seat sharing. It is our ability as India Alliance to prove to the youth of Uttar Pradesh that India Alliance is a guarantee of jobs, whereas Modi ji's guarantee is unemployment that is visible.
You know, I'm going to put another graphic before the slightly impatient Sanju Verma joins me, because Sanju ji, look at these numbers. Lok Sabha polls 2019, BJP versus regional parties. Total 185 seats. BJP won 128, Congress won 57 of these. Vote share of the BJP was 47.2, Congress was 40.2. This is BJP versus where there were regional parties also in the fray. But I want to understand, I need to check that graphic for a moment, but I want to understand from you, Sanju Verma, do you accept that if there are one-on-one fights across India, then in 250 seats, the opposition has a chance arithmetically? Forget the chemistry. The arithmetic does give, I know you're laughing when you're saying that, but let me just give you an example. You're laughing, ma'am, but just assume that the Mahavikas Agadi comes together. They give you a fight. It's no longer a clean sweep in the second biggest state of Maharashtra. Or indeed, if Lalu, Nitish and Congress are together, they give you a fight in Bihar.
Rajdeep, there are already three political analysts or panelists, what have you, from the opposition. अभी यदि आप भी opposition के panelists की तरह root करोगे, तो then Sanju Verma is in a minority.
No. I give you the graphics. I give you examples. You please counter my examples.
So now let me come. Now let me come to the point. Don't heckle me, Rajdeep, because you have this very nice arc. Yes. The moment BJP starts speaking, you will get your graphics, you will get Falana Dhamkina into the picture. मुझे अभी बोलने दीजिए.
Okay.
3 लोग मुझसे पहले बोल चुके, अभी मेरी बारी है. And I have the right to be restless because I will speak hard facts. I will not go into hodgepodge and fictitious numbers like, the Congress panelist. First and foremost, let's get this very clear. The Achilles heel is always how tightly can the alliance be stitched. And I tell you what, जो हिंदी में कहावत है, दूध का जला छाछ भी फूंक फूंक कर पीता है. Beat the Devegowda government, beat the Chandrasekhar government, beat I.K. Gujral, or for that matter, the fractious relationship at the end between VP Singh and Rajiv Gandhi. कोई ऐसा बचा नहीं जिसे कांग्रेस ने ठगा नहीं. So the Congress has always been at the epicenter of letting down its allies. So I tell you with
Ma'am, I must intervene. You're saying Congress has let down allies. Just look at the shape of the BJP. From Akalis to JDU to Shiv Sena, all of them, AIDMK have left you. उनका क्या होगा?
Let me finish.
नहीं, उनका क्या होगा?
हाँ, तो आपके अभी जवाब सुनिए. सवाल पूछा ना राजदीप सरदेसाई जी, जवाब सुनने की हिम्मत रखिए. I will tell you what the difference is. Now please hold your horses. You spoke. You asked a question. Now listen to my answer.
Lovely.
The difference is this. BJP on a standalone basis has the ability to win 300 seats. So while we respect our allies, our victory in 2024 is not dependent on allies. But in the case of ... alliance, यहाँ पर सूरमा तो अपने आप को हर कोई कहता है, but the largest partner in the alliance has 52 seats. अरे जितने कांग्रेस के पास MPs हैं, उससे almost double number तो हमारे सिर्फ OBC के MPs हैं, 114. But now let me come to the moot point which Ghanshyam raised repeatedly on your show. And this needs to be answered because this is a serious allegation. And I'll tell you, people said, oh, why does BJP not quote, the NSSO numbers? Now the PLFS survey done by the NSSO has been released. And listen to this. Rajdeep Sardesai's audience needs to know. Unemployment rate has fallen to a historic low in India as per the periodic labor force survey in 2022-23, FY23, 3.2%. The male participation rate has hit a new high of 79%, and for the first time in post-independent India, the female labor force participation rate has risen from a measly 23% to 37%. The rural labor force participation rate is 61%, a new high, and the urban labor force participation rate is 50.2%. So unemployment पर यहाँ बैठकर भाषण देने से पहले read the latest report by NSSO. And let me also say, Ghanshyam, you keep talking about Brij Bhushan. I remember, when Akhilesh Yadav was still in power before being booted out in 2017, 2022, in any case, he never stood a chance. A reporter asked him, बलिया में एक लड़की का बलात्कार हुआ है. अखिलेश यादव जी, आपका कुछ कहना बनता है? Would you like to comment? What was Akhilesh Yadav's retort to the journalist? अरे बलिया में उस लड़की के साथ बलात्कार हुआ है ना, आपके साथ तो कुछ नहीं हुआ ना, आप तो सही सलामत हो. This is the नैतिकता of your so-called लाल टोपीधारी अखिलेश यादव. इसलिए यहाँ बैठकर बीजेपी को नैतिकता का भाषण मत दो, घनश्याम तिवारी जी.
Okay, you.
But not the least.
So that.
Please now give me 10
No.
10 seconds more.
Okay.
10 seconds more, Rajdeep.
Okay.
मैं वापस दोहराऊंगी. मोदी जी जहां खड़े हो जाते हैं, लाइन वहां से शुरू होती है. सोनिया प्लस राहुल प्लस नीतीश प्लस तेजस्वी प्लस एनके स्टालिन प्लस केजरीवाल प्लस ममता प्लस ब्ला 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 ब्ला. 0 plus 0.
Okay, we are having some problem with your fader. My producer, we are having some problem with your voice. But Ghanshyam Tiwari, I think Sanju Verma makes the point, for example, of unemployment, which we are told is going to be a big calling card of your India alliance. Do you believe that you can win an election saying that Berozgari badi hai? Do you believe that? People want to know what is the narrative that the India alliance will have in the weeks ahead, apart from anti-Modism. We are saying this in a week where 141 MPs of yours, of the opposition, have been suspended. What is your calling card? What will you go to the voters with?
Well, Rajdeep, it's not a narrative. We are facing a situation where unemployed youth on the agenda of unemployment had to jump into the well of the parliament to make their voice heard, and an unaccountable home minister is missing in action and ends up suspending 141 members of parliament when people like Ramesh Biduri, Brij Bhushan, Pratap Simha are still in parliament.
How will you convince people? How will you convince people that unemployment is India's issue number one?
A perfect question. I think that, look, Prime Minister Modi in 2014 had the courage to say कि अच्छे दिन आएंगे. He had the courage to say 2 crore रोजगार दिए जाएंगे. It is another matter that he believed that he was not going to deliver it, and he fooled the people for 10 years. The question for India Alliance is not the seat sharing, as I said, is can we show that courage and credibility that we will bring achhe din, we will bring the unemployment down, will provide employment, that youth of India will not have to do these kind of desperate measures to get their nation to listen to their needs of employment, their needs to provide dignity to their own family members through their work. And the second, as BJP retracts from its promises of 400 rupees, 450 rupees cylinders, can the India Alliance bring together economic measures such that the poor don't have to pay 1200 rupees, which is a curse from Modi government to every poor family in India?
We come to one word, credibility, and I want to end that with Mohan Kumaramangalam, credibility. This India Alliance needs to show credibility. It cannot be fighting with each other in states. Mr. Kejriwal is saying, I'll fight all seats in Punjab, and yet you all sit in a hotel room together. The people want stability, the people want credibility. How are you going to provide credibility? What is that credible option that the Congress is offering?
The credibility of the alliance will be drawn from the credibility of the individual leaders constituting the alliance, the manner in which they have performed in their respective states as chief ministers, and of course, the manner in which the Congress delivered growth during UPA 1 and UPA 2. Now, I want to say that while Sanju Verma chose to say that my numbers were fake, she didn't really clarify which parts were fake. She just chose to shoot and scoot, is which what the BJP does as well. I will... you're going to interrupt me. I didn't heckle you at all, but I can see that that's basically what you like to do.
You started off so beautifully today, patient. Patience, Rahul. You all are saying you are winning the election. Today is the day of the opposition. Let them speak.
This is unfair.
I am not Om Birla. I allow both sides to speak. Go ahead.
So let me say that I'm going to go back. Again, you're letting her talk over me, Rajdeep. I'm going to make sure that I heckle her the next time I'm on a show with her. This is ridiculous. I quietly listen to her back.
That's all you can do.
Oh, please stop it. Please stop it.
Voice slow. Sanju Verma, let him finish. I'll give you a final word.
Rajdeep ji, you were confused by a graphic that you put out which referred to the numbers that I had said earlier, which is 128 out of 185 seats where BJP contests against regional parties. The third party gets about 7% or more vote share, which means that if the third party comes together with that regional party, then you're able to topple the BJP in those 128 seats that BJP won out of 185. That is the lesson from that particular graphic. I wanted to reinforce that. You had the same numbers I did. So if Sanju's calling me a liar, she's calling you that as well.
Okay, I will give Sanju Verma's, otherwise she will target me on social media saying she was not given equal time with just 30 seconds and I'm counting it. Sanju Verma, कुछ तो डर है ये opposition alliance का या डर चला गया है? 3 जीत हो गए चुनाव में, you are not worried. हो गया, 2024 done deal.
You know, Rajdeep, I have used this on your show as much on your, colleague Rahul Kanwal show. प्रधानमंत्री ने लोकसभा के फ्लोर पर, a few months back he had said, taking a jibe at the opposition, he summed it up so beautifully. तुम्हारे पाँव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, तुम्हारे पाँव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है. Without Uttar Pradesh, all hopes of forming government in 2024 is the Mungeri Lal ka haseen sapna for Rahul Gandhi.
Unfair.
Only 2 seats in Uttar Pradesh 2022 assembly polls. राहुल गांधी was booted out of अमेठी. पहले ये बताओ, अमेठी में चुनाव लड़ने की हैसियत है राहुल गांधी की 2024 में? Answer that question. That will showcase his confidence. क्या राहुल गांधी अमेठी से चुनाव लड़ेंगे 2024 में? हिम्मत है, हैसियत है, तो बताओ, अभी जवाब दो.
Okay. No, you asked for a jawab. No, Sanju Verma, voice down. Mohan Kumaramangalam, good question asked. If Rahul Gandhi wants to take on the BJP, fight them in UP, not in Kerala against your own India ally. You're going to Kerala where your ally is the left. Fight the BJP in Amethi.
I am sure when Mr. Gandhi makes the decision on where to contest, it will be in North India and it might as well be Amethi. I am not officially tasked with announcing his, but I will say, please ask her to stop it. When I'm talking, अरे आप जरा बंद करिए, अपना अहंकार थोड़ा थामिए.
Okay, time out. I'm leaving it there. Unfortunately, just when you thought that you'd get straight answers and you would have both the guests listening to each other, they've ended up talking at each other. By the way, I asked this question to Mamata Banerjee yesterday. I asked her, thank you to my guests, I asked her the question directly, does she think 2024 is a done deal? Listen to Mamata's answer.
But ma'am, the BJP says 2024 is a done deal. हो गया. It's over. अब की बार 400 पार.
हमारा बंगाल में बोला था अब की बार 200 पार. 100 पार हुआ था. तो इधर में पहले ही बोल दिया अब की बार 400 पार. वो 100 200 पार होगा? नहीं होगा. इतना एरोगेंस ठीक नहीं है. इतना ऑडेसिटी ठीक नहीं है. सब कुछ बदल दो. पहले तो आदत बदले.
So you don't accept that 2024 is a done deal?
I don't accept that.
Mamata Banerjee, 2024, she says, is not a done deal. Well, one thing that seems to be going from bad to worse is the state of our parliament. More opposition MPs were suspended, bringing the total to 141, which is some kind of a dubious record now in India's parliamentary history. The opposition is up in arms, claiming all they want is a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah. The government says the opposition is desperate. Either way, the images in parliament are not doing India's parliament any good. Take a look.
ये कौन सी परिभाषा में सरकार से सवाल पूछना संसद की मर्यादा भंग होती है?
It's clear they want an opposition मुक्त लोकसभा.
क्या सोच के ये नया संसद बनाया जे इसको लोकतंत्र का कब्रिस्तान बनाना है?
Mass suspensions of opposition MPs galvanize anti-BJP parties. On Tuesday, 49 members of parliament from the opposition ranks faced suspension, a record 141 in this winter session alone. 95 MPs suspended from the Lok Sabha and 46 from the Rajya Sabha so far. The lawmakers demanded a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah regarding last week's security breach. Their suspension attributed to alleged disruption of House proceedings. The opposition MPs held protest, chanting slogans and displaying placards against the Modi government.
Modi Sarkar, down, down! Just 1 minute. Mr. Rai, you are a lawyer? I am a You are a lawyer? I am a
Filmed by Rahul Gandhi and other opposition MPs, a suspended TMC MP mimicked Rajya Sabha Chair Jagdeep Dhankar in a mock session outside.
My spine is so straight.
The BJP responded swiftly, labeling the act reckless and criticizing Rahul Gandhi for recording it. The Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chair, Jagdeep Dhankar, deemed it ridiculous and unacceptable.
In the mind of the people. We had the occasion to see the lowest level. Mr. Chidambaram is here. Mr. Chidambaram, you are a very senior member. Imagine what must be going through my heart when your senior leader videographs a member parliament mocking the institution of chairman. As an individual, take on me.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit out at the opposition's conduct while addressing the BJP parliamentary party meeting on Tuesday.
जो वर्तमान संसद में हुआ, इसको लेकर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत पीड़ा व्यक्त की। संसद चर्चा का विषय है। कई गंभीर बिल जिसे देश के विकास का और रास्ता बढ़ेगा, उस पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। और ये जो ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं, जो अवरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं, ये उनकी हताशा है 3 प्रदेशों में हार के कारण।
The recent wave of suspensions was triggered by a vocal opposition demanding the Home Minister's statement on last week's intrusion. Stepping out, the suspended MPs, joined by their colleagues, continued their protest on the Parliament compound. Hostilities between the ruling and the opposition camps escalate sharply ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sansad Bhavan. Let's take a break. On the other side, we'll bring you our Get Real India story. This is a story you need to watch. It's from Thane in Maharashtra. Will the son of a top bureaucrat in Maharashtra get due punishment for a hit-and-run accident? We'll tell you more on the other side.
Immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that truly matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code on your screen now.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 9 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 16 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 17 degrees.
Welcome back. Tonight's Get Real India story comes from Thane in Maharashtra, where the son of a leading Maharashtra bureaucrat has been accused of running over a woman, Priya Singh. When Ashwarjit Gaikwad was arrested, it took him just 24 hours to walk out on bail. Many fear that this is where VVIPs can get away. Take a look.
Ashwajit Gaikwad, a Yuva Morcha leader and son of IAS officer Anil Gaikwad, allegedly tried to run over a woman and left her on the road on December 11th. It took the police 1 week to arrest the accused Gaikwad and his accomplices. And in less than 24 hours of the arrest, Ashwajit Gaikwad, Romil Patil and Sagar Shedge, arrested in the alleged hit-and-run case, walked out on bail. The victim, Priya Singh, who claims to be in an affair with Gaikwad, fears the police is acting under pressure. She points out that the FIR does not mention Section 307 that deals with attempt to murder.
It's a clear case. एक दिन में भी हो जाए, मतलब FIR के तुरंत ही बाद 307 लग जाता है. Normally if somebody hit you with the stick also, तो 307 लग जाता है. My question is just, where is 307? If I'm right, then where is 307?
Priya Singh has alleged that she went to meet Ashwajit Gaikwad at 4 a.m. at a hotel in Thane, where he was attending a function with his family. She claims Ashwajit Gaikwad was behaving strangely and alleges he and his friends assaulted her.
suddenly they all गायब and then I saw सबके सब आगे गाड़ी निकालने की डिफेंडर सेंटर में खड़ी थी और मैं डिफेंडर के आगे जाके खड़ी हुई but then उन्होंने उड़ा दिया मुझे गाड़ी से and then मैं रास्ते पर गिर गई obviously इतनी सारी चोट लगी आप देख ही रहे हो मेरा condition.
Now there is a very interesting twist in this entire case. Now what Priya Singh is telling us that on Saturday night the police officials came to her. They had an entire piece of written statement, a document in which it was written in Marathi that she does not remember the car in which she was taken to the hospital. Priya Singh is telling us that she refused to sign on that particular piece of paper because she remembers each and every detail of what happened to her.
Ashwajit Gaikwad's family had issued a statement denying the charges. They claim he is a victim of honey trap and blackmail attempt. Priya Singh claims she had proof to back up her charges.
सर एविडेंस का तो सेकंड पार्ट है ना पहले तो आपने देख रहे हो कि मेरे साथ हुआ क्या है मैं आपको बता रही हूँ जो एविडेंस दिया था उतना तो दिया ही हुआ है तो आप किसी को नॉर्मली कभी हिट भी करते हो मारते भी हो तो सबसे पहले 307 लगता है 10 दिन से मैं सिर्फ उनसे 307 ही लगाने बोल रही हूँ रिलेशनशिप वाला वो सब तो सेकंड पार्ट है वो तो अभी तक मैंने डाला ही नहीं.
The police have formed a special investigation team to probe the hit-and-run case. They have seized the SUV allegedly used in the crime. But it is a mystery why attempt to murder charges were not filed in the FIR that enabled the suspects to get bail easily. With Vikrant Chauhan, Sai Prasad Patil and Saurabh Bhaktania, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's turn from there to our image of the day. Australian fast bowler Mitchell Starc became the most expensive buy in IPL history. He was picked by Kolkata Knight Riders for a whopping 24.75 crores. That's right. His compatriot and team captain Pat Cummins was picked up by Hyderabad for 20 crores. Think about it. 10 weeks of cricket. You get 24 crores.
Done.
Now, if only I could play cricket instead of being a news anchor, I'd be a wealthy man. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Newest member to the Kolkata team at 24 crore and 75 lakh. Soon. What a welcome back for Mitchell.
कहूँगी ये मीटिंग और भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है जिस तरीके से तानाशाही रवैया केंद्र सरकार ने अपनाया है या तो वो हमें बता दें कि पार्लियामेंट की अब ज़रूरत ही नहीं है क्योंकि हम उसको सुरक्षा नहीं दे सकते और हमें ऑपोजिशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है हम तानाशाही की तरीके से पीएमओ अब नया हेडक्वार्टर्स होगा जहाँ से सारा लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस होगा इस तरीके से पावर का मिसयूज़ करना जनता के बीच लेकर जाना ज़रूरी है जनता को बताना ज़रूरी है कि आज ही मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के साथ हो रहा है कि उनके अधिकारों का हनन हो रहा है कल आप सभी के साथ होगा.
It's an alliance of a few parties who are just interested to save themselves for the corruption that they have done. And Adir Babu is trying to say that, he will not come to terms with Rahul Gandhi's decision that, they will be in support or in alliance with TMC in the Lok Sabha vote. These are all theatrics and all natak. They are all together. Natak, they do natak. That, we are against TMC's corruption, but inside they are all together.
rushed to a hospital, the entire hospital cordoned off, receiving that VIP treatment that he is currently receiving because of that clout he has. And what we know is that he's the residence in Karachi itself. There's not one house that we could say for sure that this is where Dawood Ibrahim stays. In fact, there are multiple houses in Karachi itself that Dawood Ibrahim is set to own. And a bunch of them include the White House in Clifton, Karachi, the 30th Street in Karachi. He has a residence there. In Defence Housing Authority, Karachi, he's said to have a house there. In Noorabad, Karachi, he's said to have a house there. So it's really hard to understand where exactly Dawood Ibrahim lives and who he lives with. Right after he got married for the second time, he's said to have moved to Pakistan, but still no clarity on which of the residence he actually lives in or he moves about, and that's what likely is the situation. In Margalla Road, Islamabad as well, he's said to have a home. So no compliance from the Pakistan government or authorities so far on handing over Dawood Ibrahim or implicating him in the crimes that he's committed so far.
Co-presented by New Kia Sonet, the Wild Reborn. Logistics partner, DP World. Smart logistics beyond boundaries.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Big story we're breaking here on India First. The name of Mallikarjun Kharge as the Prime Ministerial candidate of the opposition India Alliance has actually split the opposition alliance. That's the information that's just coming in. Sources are saying both Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar are reportedly upset over this proposal to name Kharge as the face of the opposition alliance. Seat sharing talks, we are told, are to begin by end December. The convener likely to be appointed next month. That's the word that's coming in. Joint rallies are also to start in 2024, early 2024 for the 2024 elections. But the split within the NDA, and this isn't the split within the opposition India Alliance, and this isn't the first time that we've had leaders who've been sulking after a meeting. I want to quickly take you to our newsroom where India Today's Shiv Arur joins us on this big story on the opposition India Alliance that's breaking. Shiv, this perhaps isn't the first time that it's happening, but this is a major issue. If both Lalu Yadav and Nitish Kumar are said to be upset over Mallikarjun Kharge's name, what more details do we have? Because perhaps after every meeting, Shiv, in the past 3 meetings, you've had one leader or the other who was upset about something or the other.
Gaurav, Nitish and Lalu Prasad are, in many ways continuing a pattern of one or the other, senior leader in the India Alliance expressing their discontent and openly either storming out or, having an outburst over each and every meeting. Whether it was Arvind Kejriwal, who once, had an outburst over lack of unity over the ordinance against bureaucrats, to Nitish Kumar at one particular meeting, if I remember correctly, not being very happy about the name of the alliance, to Mamata Banerjee very vocally expressing her discontent over the Congress's intransigence as far as seat sharing is concerned. It's all come to a head, and it's once again only accentuated and reminded the electorate perhaps about the competing ambitions, the competing, the competing motives within the India Alliance. And there are many contradictions. Nobody's saying that this was ever going to be easy. There are fault lines within the India Alliance that were always going to pose a challenge towards integrity and unity, against something as big a challenge as the BJP run by Prime Minister Modi. But at the same time, time is extremely short. Nitish Kumar is someone who is called Palturam by his own critics, given his convenient, switching of sides whenever things look appealing on the other side.
Yes.
Nitish Kumar, at this point of time, expressing his discontent over Kharge being projected, goes to the heart of his own ambitions, which have never been a secret. They've been open for a very long time. He has ambitions for the very top. He sees the India alliance perhaps as a chance to actually, be a pathway to that top position of the country. But what's he doing in this alliance if he isn't going to be the first among equals? That's probably what's crossing Nitish Kumar's mind at this point of time. To see someone's name defined, Kharge, and this coming just hours or days after the India alliance had actually projected that not having a face was actually their strength, that was their power, that's what differentiated them from Prime Minister Modi and the BJP, is going to be something that bewilders Nitish Kumar, and I think his irritation is totally understandable. Why is he even part of this alliance if he's not, hero number one of the alliance, I think is what this is really all about.
And perhaps all the indicators were there that Nitish Kumar was trying to, or at least his party, the JDU, was trying to project him with posters that came up in Patna, but clearly he's neither the groom nor the best man, it seems. And is this leading to fresh fissures? Shiv, keep tracking that story. Shiv and our political bureau will get us much more on this. But I now want to shift focus to our top story. The Allahabad High Court today made it very clear that controversial Places of Worship Act 1991 does not bar findings by the Archaeological Survey of India at the Gyanvapi complex. The court also said whether the disputed structure in Kashi is a temple or a mosque can only be ascertained by evidence that emerges. Justice Rohit Ranjan Agrawal dismissed 5 petitions filed by the Sunni Waqf Board and the Masjid Committee, insisting that the Archaeological Survey of India's survey was as per orders of the court.
Big boost to the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Mosque case. The Allahabad High Court has rejected all petitions from the Muslim side challenging the Hindu side's plea to worship at the Gyanvapi complex. 3 pleas by Muslim side against an order for ASI survey of the Gyanvapi complex were also rejected. The single judge bench of Justice Rohit Ranjan Agrawal also asked the lower court to complete the hearing on the matter in 6 months. The High Court crucially observed that till the court gives its verdict, the disputed complex cannot be called a temple or a mosque. The Muslim side had been banking on the Places of Worship Act, which bars changing nature of a place of worship and puts a status quo starting 1947.
हर जगह वो ये कहते हैं कि यहाँ हमारे फलां देवता थे, लेकिन ये अभी कहीं से साबित नहीं हुआ है। जीपीआर से ज़रूर कराया गया, तो जीपीआर अगर पूरे शहर में चलाया जाए तो हर जगह 40 फुट नीचे बहुत सी चीज़ें स्ट्रक्चर दिखाई पड़ेंगे। अब वो स्ट्रक्चर किस चीज़ का है, कैसा है, अब ये तो सब बहस की बात होगी, बहस का मुद्दा होगा, लेकिन फैसले जो हो रहे हैं वो यूँ समझ लीजिए कि फैसला हो रहा है, इंसाफ नहीं हो रहा है।
The Hindu side maintained that the entire Gyanvapi complex is part of Kashi Vishwanath temple and the mosque was built after raising an ancient temple.
मुस्लिम पक्ष नहीं चाहता कि असलियत सामने आवे, क्योंकि असलियत सामने आ जाएगी तो ये जो तथाकथित मस्जिद है ये हटनी ही पड़ेगी और यहाँ पर भव्य मंदिर बनने का रास्ता साफ हो जाएगा। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि बहुत जल्दी इस केस का फैसला होगा, आज के फैसले के बाद, कि 1-2 साल में बनारस में भव्य मंदिर बनने का रास्ता बिल्कुल साफ होगा।
The verdict came a day after the ASI submitted its scientific survey report on the mosque complex before the Varanasi District Court in a sealed cover. It will be shared with the petitioners on December 21st and a copy will be sent to the Supreme Court. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Allahabad High Court also made it very clear that whether the disputed site is a temple or a mosque will only be ascertained by the court of law on the basis of evidence gathered and submitted. Section 4 of the 1991 Places of Worship Act is not applicable as the religious character is yet to be determined. Has this taken the wind out of the sails of the Masjid Committee and the Waqf Board? And does it also pave the way for other places in times to come? Joining me on this special broadcast is Kapil Madan, an advocate and a political analyst. Desh Ratan Nigam is a lawyer and a political analyst joining me on the broadcast. But my first question is to India Today's Legal Bureau Head, Nalini Sharma. Nalini, Justice Rohit Agrawal's ruling that the Gyanvapi suit is not barred by the Places of Worship Act 1991, is this going to be a turning point in the Kashi case? This verdict, very crucial, Nalini.
Absolutely, Gaurav. There's no doubt about the fact that it's a very significant verdict that has been pronounced by the Allahabad High Court today. And there are a couple of reasons why I say that. Number one, when the Allahabad High Court has said that the suit is not barred by the Places of Worship Act, what it means by that is that the religious character of the disputed site is something that is still yet to be determined. Because the 1991 Act specifically says that any place of worship, the religious character of it cannot be converted. The key word over here being converted in accordance with the Act, and it cannot be converted from the status that it was in as of the 15th of August 1947.
Yes.
But what the High Court has said in its order today is that the religious character of this disputed site at the Gyanvapi complex is something that has still not been determined. So unless the court determines what the religious character is, there is no question of its conversion. And that is the reason why the court has also said that this site at this point should not be called either a mosque or a temple.
Very interesting. Let me take this to Kapil Madan then. Kapil Madan, the court order clearly says that the religious character of the disputed place as it existed on the 15th of August 1947 will only be determined by the evidence that's been gathered and submitted. So, sir, that cover of Places of Worship Act has effectively been removed from this court order, sir.
Now, Gaurav, I will, make 2 points here. My first point is I agree with, what Nalini said here, that though conversion is something which is barred under the Places of Worship Act, but determination is not, and I agree with Nalini to that extent. Now, I will make, my argument on the facts of this issue. You may recall what the petitioner are trying to pray. What is the prayer of the petitioner in this case? They are saying they should be allowed to pray at a particular site. Now, my point here is that if after 1947, they were carrying out these prayers, then, this particular suit itself would have not been required, because in that situation, you don't need a court's order for something which you were already doing after 1947. If this practice was not being followed after 1947, then perhaps the provisions of the Places of Worship Act will kick in. But yes, I agree with Nalini here that this needs to be determined.
Okay,
and
let me get Desh Ratan Nigam to respond. Fair enough, sir. You made a very valid point. But what if, and again, I'm on facts of the case, Nalini with me here. What if that practice of worship was stopped post-1947? And if that was truly the violation of the Places of Worship Act, sir, which is what is going to be established in this case?
Yes.
This is where,
I
sir...
agree with you. I think... Yes.
Let me get Desh Ratan Nigam. The court not only said that this place can neither be called a mosque or a temple, Justice Rohit Ranjan Agrawal also says that a compound can either have a Muslim character or a Hindu character. Sir, the Muslim side, and we played out the reaction, said, Faisla to ho gaya, lekin insaf nahi hua. Desh Ratan Nigam, response, sir.
Gaurav, let me tell you one thing. The objective of both substantive law and the procedural law is to find the truth if there is a dispute. And therefore, the scientific surveys, evidence all point out towards finding the truth. nature of the dispute and also finding the truth behind it. And therefore, commissions are appointed for that purpose. Scientific surveys are done. And it is our national value. If you look at our national emblem, down there it is written Satyameva Jayate. So that is the basic Sanatani civilizational value. One set of people want the truth to come out, other set of people do not want the truth to come out. Even a blind person can feel the truth of the Gyanvapi structure, that it is a temple. However, the courts have made it very clear that let the religious character of the place be determined in the suit, because a declaratory suit as well. Secondly, they said it is not about converting the religious character of the place. It is about determination of the religious character of the place, which has not been defined under the Act. So that is, therefore, it is not barred by Section 4 of the Places of Worship Act 1991.
So let me take this to Nalini, because that's an important point. The court, Nalini, also raised a very pertinent point. What is the definition of a religious character of any place? This itself has not been defined in the Places of Worship Act 1991. This is very clearly open to interpretation on the basis of evidence gathered and submitted before the courts at this point of time. Because, you know, Kapil Madan was saying, if prayers were happening in 1947, this suit would not be required. If prayers were happening in 1947 but were stopped in 1991, who's in violation of the Places of Worship Act then, Nalini?
Gaurav, that's a very interesting point you make, because usually when we talk about the separation of powers, what we say is that it's the job of the legislature to make the laws, the job of the executive to implement the laws, but it's the job of the courts to interpret the laws. So whenever there is something missing in what has been written down, it is the job of the court to read into it and find out exactly what the definition is. So like you said, the Allahabad High Court has very categorically said in its judgment that what a religious character is itself not defined under the Places of Worship Act. So in a situation like this, it falls upon the court to go ahead and first of all interpret what religious character is. And that's precisely the reason why the court has said that this suit is not barred by the Places of Worship Act, because until and unless A, the court defines what religious character is, and then B, applies that definition and decides whether the religious character of the Gyanvapi complex, and we're now calling it complex, because the fact that it's been a mosque or a temple is something that the court has left open to interpretation, is something that can only be determined by the court. Now remember, Gaurav, this is a trial that was stayed back in 1998, and since 1998, the trial has not continued. So that's why this verdict is even more significant, because it's finally given a green light for the trial to go ahead that was stayed way back in 1998, and not just a green light. The court has said in its order that this trial needs to be concluded expeditiously, because this is an issue of national vital importance, is the words that they've used. And they've given a deadline of 6 months to the Varanasi court to conclude this trial. Having said that, there is no doubt about the fact that the Muslim parties will approach the Supreme Court challenging this Allahabad High Court order. They've already said it in a bite earlier today that they will fight till their last breath. So it all remains to be seen what the Supreme Court decides before we can take a final word on this.
Oh, absolutely. But as on date, as facts stand as on date, the ASI survey will happen to find facts. The Masjid Committee was opposed to the survey, and their plea stands rejected. The ASI survey, Mr. Madan, was happening on the orders of the court. But Desh Ratan Nigam asks that question, why is it that one side wants facts to come out, the other side does not want even a survey to be conducted, or if a report is submitted, it should be in a sealed cover and facts should not emerge. Mr. Madan, is that fair?
Gaurav, I think, when you look at the arguments made by the other side, the Muslim side, they have primarily raised the point that, the suit is barred by the express provision of the law. And if I would, give a technical term to our viewers, there is a provision under the CPC which we use, which we call Order 7, Rule 11, which is used. Which is used where you want to get the suit out at the initial stages. Now, it's a technical provision. It's a technical provision. This is, rarely the person invoking this provision succeed, because what happens is, in this case, is that the court who's deciding the matter has to look at it only the documents presented by the plaintiff, the person who is seeking a relief from the court, and not any other document. It is again a settled provision of law.
But that that's been settled. That's been settled. My point is, respond to Deshratan Nigam saying that one side wants facts to emerge. The Muslim side, according to Deshratan Nigam, does not even want a survey, an ASI survey, a scientific survey, or when the report is submitted to court, those facts to be made public. In your appreciation, why, sir?
Gaurav, I think I am not representing any of the petitioner or the respondent here. So whatever is the legal strategy adopted, I mean, as a lawyer, you would try and ensure that you win the case, and you win the case as early as possible. And this is one of the legal argument, legal provision which you had in your prima facie in your favor, which you could have invoked, and you could have won at the initial stages. And Mr. Nigam would agree with me. He's also a lawyer. When you are appearing from the respondent or the defendant side, your strategy is to get the closure, get the plea rejected at the initial stages. So it appears to me, a legal strategy. It appears to me a legal strategy that let's win it at the initial stages. Perhaps the court has not found favor with the argument by the Muslim side, and that's the reason why you have an order of where they have
but the fact still remains, because the Muslim side, why does the Muslim side not want facts to emerge in this case now that an ASI survey has happened in parts of that Gyanvapi complex? But Nalini, does this then pave the way for an ASI survey of the Wuzu Khana, where the Hindu side insists there is a shivling and the Muslim side claims it's a fountain? And I want to show those images. The Hindu side says it is a shivling there. The Muslim side says this is a fountain. ASI survey there, will it ascertain facts?
Well, Gaurav, that's a very interesting and tricky question, because the Allahabad High Court verdict today has categorically said that during the course of the trial, if the Varanasi District Court feels that a further survey is required to be conducted for the determination of the facts of the case, then it has the authority to go ahead and do that. But at the same time, this comes with a very big rider, which is not mentioned in the judgment, but which is something we know through the history of this case, as we've seen over the course of the past few years. When the matter had reached the Supreme Court regarding the ASI survey, there is a Supreme Court order in place that had allowed for the scientific survey to happen, but had specifically said that the Wuzu Khana area needs to continue to remain being sealed. So in light of that order already having passed by the Supreme Court, any scientific survey that needs to be conducted has to come only after approval of the Supreme Court. There cannot be any survey that can be conducted in contravention of that order. So there is no doubt about the fact that this matter is eventually going to end up in Supreme Court. So there should not be any additional legal hurdles for there to be a decision on that. But any survey has to be conducted only with the green light being given by the Supreme Court itself.
And that shivling / fountain, Deshratan Nigam, is that the crux of the matter? We've seen the reports of the earlier survey. The current ASI survey, of course, is in a sealed cover. But the initial survey seemed to indicate that this was a shivling. The Muslim side claims it is a fountain. In your appreciation, will there now be a demand that there should be a scientific survey here to establish whether there's a fountain, whether there's any route for water ingress, and not just a hole that was hurriedly made on top subsequently, Mr. Deshratan Nigam?
Gaurav, ultimately, scientific survey has to be taken of this particular Wuzu Khana and the shivling. And even other places also, because there is a lot of mound out there where things are buried, and also under the dome of the alleged mosque, there are enough evidences which are still sealed. And therefore, ultimately, if one wants to unearth the entire truth, I think the scientific survey and the physical survey of the entire complex and each and every structure has to be done, and all scientific techniques that the Archaeological Survey of India applies, whether it is deep penetrative radar images, survey, or physical digging, ultimately that has to be taken. And one day this will happen, because the job of the court is to find the truth. And that can only happen because of the scientific survey and the techniques, undertaken by the Archaeological Survey of India.
Before I bring in Kapil Madan, I want to ask you another question. There are some Muslim leaders who fear this will open up Pandora's box. First, Ayodhya, now the quest for the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi at Mathura and the Kashi Vishwanath temple here in Varanasi. How many other temples will the effort go to retake? Because this is where Muslims say, you're not even permitting us to pray or live with dignity. Mr. Nigam.
Let me tell you, Gaurav, one thing. If a structure is forcibly taken or demolished and a mosque is built over it, it is not a mosque under Islam. And namaz will not be kabuled out there. It is not accepted by Allah. And some of the leaders, religious leaders of Muslims, are trying to make a fool of Muslims, calling it a mosque, knowing very well the Islamic evidence, the Masare Alamgiri of the Aurangzeb, written by the official historian, clearly mentions its demolition and various other demolitions which have taken place in the past. The evidence is so very well written. Now, if you do not accept this truth and tell your people that it's still a mosque, then you are doing grave injustice to your own people.
Okay.
So this fact needs to be brought out. And secondly, let me tell you, initially the Hindus wanted only 3 places: Ram Mandir, then the Gyanvapi and the Krishna Janmabhoomi. They refused. Otherwise, things could have been, sorted out.
Okay.
Today, what is happening? We have, lakhs of temples in India which have been destroyed. It has given impetus to the people. The local people will pick up the issues. I think it's still time for the Muslim community to come to terms with the reality and the truth and accept the truths that
for the moment, I want to stay on the legal point. I will come to the social and political point in just a moment, but I want to stay for the moment on the legal point of the Allahabad High Court order today. And Nalini, will this impact the Mathura case too, where the Hindu side insists the Places of Worship Act 1991 actually works in their favor?
Well, Gaurav, let's not forget that the validity of the Places of Worship Act 1991 is something that itself is in question before the Supreme Court. So if the Places of Worship Act 1991 in itself is found to be unconstitutional, then all of this debate is meaningless. But at the same time, now that this Allahabad High Court verdict has come through that has said that the Places of Worship Act does not bar the debate around Gyanvapi, it remains to be seen how it's going to be interpreted when it comes to the Mathura case and the Shahi Idka and the Krishna Janmabhoomi case, because there is no doubt about the fact that all of these cases will have an impact on each other, because even in today's Allahabad High Court verdict, we've seen the judge has quoted the earlier Ayodhya Ram Mandir case and how the Places of Worship Act was interpreted in that matter. So with every subsequent case, the manner in which the Places of Worship Act is being interpreted is no doubt going to impact any future cases regarding it that come.
Kapil Madan, you wanted to come in. You want to quickly respond to Deshratan Nigam, I believe.
Yeah. So yes, I will respond to Mr. Nigam. Mr. Nigam raised a point. He quoted some historian and said that it is written somewhere that it was a temple and it was demolished and there are.
Sir, not somewhere. It is not somewhere.
I couldn't catch. Mr. Nigam,
let me take it.
Okay, I couldn't catch it. Okay,
Masiri Alamgiri, written by the official historian of Aurangzeb.
Great, thank you. I am not disputing that fact. I couldn't catch the word, so therefore I said you quoted, a source from where you are taking this argument. But if Mr. Ratan's argument is being argued in the court, if Mr. Ratan takes these arguments to the court, then I can assure you that they are going to lose, because the argument that I made in the beginning, that it is the date, that is 1947, that needs to be seen, whether on that date what was the religious character of the place. Now, if Mr. Ratan's argument is accepted, that it happened prior to 1947, and I am not either admitting or disputing what Mr. Nigam is saying. I am just, taking his argument as he says and applying to the, law, the Places of Worship Act, as I, mentioned in the beginning. Then in that situation, what he's arguing is basically favoring the Muslim side, that this appears to be barred by the Places of Worship Act.
Okay, you want to quickly respond? Go ahead, sir.
See, the fact is the court itself has today said that they will look into documentary, oral, literary, and all kinds of evidence. So this is a part of literary and oral and documentary evidence I was talking about. So it will be in continuity. What will be seen is in continuity till today, right from that day. So character will not be decided in isolation, but there will be a continuity to it.
Fair enough. Nalini, what next after this order? Its impact on other cases, and is there an apprehension that, since several temples were demolished and there is evidence of temples being demolished in Rajasthan and other parts of the country, does it actually open, as some fear, a Pandora's box?
Well, Gaurav, there are going to be long-term repercussions of this order, but at the same time, immediately if we ask what next, then a couple of things come to mind. Number one, like I stated earlier, there is no doubt about the fact that the Muslim parties, the Masjid Committee specifically, is going to challenge this order before the Supreme Court. And every aspect of the Gyanvapi case, I've said this multiple times before on air, every single aspect of this is eventually going to land up in the Supreme Court, and the top court will have to give its seal of approval because they got into it at the point of the ESI survey itself. Number two, the Allahabad High Court order today has categorically given a 6-month deadline for the trial to be concluded. I told you earlier that this is a trial that was stayed back in 1998. Yes. It started in 1991 and it's not been conducted since then. So it's extremely urgent, and the court has said that it's a case of national vital importance. The court has also said that this is not a suit between two individuals. This is a suit between two very major communities of the country, and which is why it is a case of national vital importance, which is why it needs to be concluded at the earliest. So we can expect an expeditious trial before the Varanasi court, which probably means on a day-to-day basis, we might be seeing a trial ongoing before the Varanasi court and hopefully see a final verdict in the trial that's been pending since 1991 within the next 6 months.
And Nalini and her team will be tracking that story very, very closely. And we will get you much, much more on this. Kapil Madan, Deshradha Nigam and Nalini Sharma for joining me here on this India Today special. Many thanks. A quick break. On the other side, we will talk about the use of technology, things like artificial intelligence, to know more about terrorists like Dawood Ibrahim. 3 faces of Dawood Ibrahim. That's coming up on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Scan the QR code.
This is how everyone pictures India's most wanted terrorist, Dawood Ibrahim. The only images that exist of a man who has evaded Indian justice for 3 decades. Until 1985, Dawood was one of the most infamous figures in India, but his photos were scarce. Everyone knew of Dawood, but no one knew what he looked like. Then came this famous Dawood moment, captured by India Today photographer Bhavan Singh in Sharjah in 1986. Dawood and his gang members in tow attending a cricket match between India and Pakistan. Realizing a man surrounded by bodyguards could be Dawood, India Today's Bhavan Singh prepared to take a photo. Just as he was about to click, Dawood's men stopped him. But Dawood signaled to them to allow the photo to be clicked. This image was the result. In 2015, a rare new image of Dawood Ibrahim emerged, providing the world with the first glimpse of the terrorist in over 2 decades. But now, amidst massive buzz over the status of Indian fugitive, you're probably wondering, what does 67-year-old Dawood Ibrahim looks like now? Well, India Today used artificial intelligence-enabled photo software to answer that question. What you're looking at are the results. Using the handful of public domain real-life images, here's how AI has imagined Dawood Ibrahim. the 3 phases of India's most wanted terrorist. How soon before we have a real picture of what he looks like now? With Rahul Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will skip the ED summons for the second time. The Delhi government has said that Kejriwal will leave for a 10-day Vipassana meditation course starting December 19th at an undisclosed location and will not be able to appear before ED on December 21st. The Aam Aadmi Party has rejected the liquor policy case as entirely baseless, claiming it is a witch hunt orchestrated by the Modi government. Kejriwal's party hinted that the Delhi Chief Minister may not comply with the ED summons, citing his scheduled Vipassana meditation. The BJP retaliated, accusing the Delhi Chief Minister of corruption.
अब इंसाफ का वक्त आ गया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपकी छवि पूरी होने जा रही है। आप कहते थे ना मुझे देर में मुख्यमंत्री रहना, लालू जी की तरह आपकी बड़ी सोच थी बड़ी कि मुझे तो करप्ट बेईमान मुख्यमंत्री जेल में रह के काम करना है। अब आपको जेल जाने का मौका भी मिलेगा। हाँ, संविधान में आपको मुख्यमंत्री रहने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा, लालू जी की तरह 4 दिन तक रह पाएंगे, लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों को इंसाफ मिलेगा और आपकी भी मनोकामना पूरी हो जाएगी।
This is the ED's second summon to Delhi Chief Minister in almost a month and a half. Earlier, Kejriwal ignored the summons for November 2nd. Instead, he travelled to Madhya Pradesh to address a public meeting on the same day. In a letter to the ED that time, he accused the agency of acting on behalf of the BJP. The ED is investigating the suspected money laundering aspect in the liquor policy case. 2 of the Delhi Chief Minister's closest lieutenants, Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, have been in custody for months over allegations of money laundering linked to the alleged excise scam. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, the 1993 Mumbai blast mastermind and one of India's most wanted terrorists, is actually a rarely seen phantom. There are very few photographs of the 1993 Mumbai serial blast mastermind. But the million-dollar question is, what does India's most wanted look like now? Here on India Today, we get you some artificial intelligence, AI-generated options created by taking into account his age, his health, and some other inputs that have come in. We bring you more in this report prepared by the India Today Artificial Intelligence team.
This is how everyone pictures India's most wanted terrorist, Dawood Ibrahim. The only images that exist of a man who has evaded Indian justice for 3 decades. Until 1985, Dawood was one of the most infamous figures in India, but his photos were scarce. Everyone knew of Dawood, but no one knew what he looked like. Then came this famous Dawood moment, captured by India Today photographer Bhavan Singh in Sharjah in 1986. Dawood and his gang members in tow attending a cricket match between India and Pakistan. Realizing a man surrounded by bodyguards could be Dawood, India Today's Bhavan Singh prepared to take a photo. Just as he was about to click, Dawood's men stopped him. But Dawood signalled to them to allow the photo to be clicked. This image was the result. In 2015, a rare new image of Dawood Ibrahim emerged, providing the world with the first glimpse of the terrorist in over 2 decades. But now, amidst massive buzz over the status of Indian fugitive, you're probably wondering, what does 67-year-old Dawood Ibrahim looks like now? Well, India Today used artificial intelligence-enabled photo software to answer that question. What you're looking at are the results. Using the handful of public domain real-life images, here's how AI has imagined Dawood Ibrahim. The 3 phases of India's most wanted terrorist. How soon before we have a real picture of what he looks like now? With Rahul Gupta, Bureau Report, India Today.
How soon before India gets Dawood Ibrahim? We'll track that bit of information too. Now, Dawood Ibrahim is a Don whose empire spreads not just across the subcontinent, but in several parts of the world, including in pockets of Africa, in the United Kingdom, in the Middle East. He makes it a point to remain in touch with some of his teammates, his associates, their family members in Mumbai and other parts of Maharashtra even now. Of course, increasingly we are told that he does not use telephones and mobile phones because he's extremely apprehensive that with artificial intelligence, with his voice being tapped, with surveillance agencies keeping an eye on him, he may just be nailed sooner than later, even in his disguises. But one such report of a phone conversation, India Today's Divyesh Singh with this exclusive report.
The dreaded terrorist, drug lord, underworld don from Dongri, Dawood Ibrahim. Even after becoming a fugitive, keeps tracking his friends and family members in Mumbai. In a telephone conversation intercepted by the intelligence team, Dawood Ibrahim can be heard talking to his father, Ibrahim Kaskar's friend and former neighbor, Majid Kalia. The Don addresses him as uncle.
वालेकुम सलाम। चाचा कैसी तबीयत है? तबीयत ठीक नहीं बेटा। क्या बात है? आवाज एकदम नरम है। दाऊद बोल रहा हूँ। दाऊद। हाँ बोल। अच्छा क्या हो गया? डॉक्टर को दिखाए? हाँ डॉक्टर चालू दवा। हनीफ इन लोग किधर है? हनीफ और फारूक? हनीफ अभी काम पे जाता है। और आरिफ? आरिफ नहीं कुछ करता है। क्या हुआ? पहचान नहीं? आवाज पहचान नहीं रहे? नहीं। अरे दाऊद बोल रहा हूँ चाचा। दाऊद की आवाज नहीं है। अरे हाँ मेरी आवाज है चाचा। हाँ मेरी आवाज है। तुम चच्ची को दो, चच्ची को दो।
Dawood Ibrahim fled the country in the late 80s and shifted base to UAE first. After 1993 Mumbai serial blasts, he left UAE and took refuge in Karachi's security zone of Clifton. But he never stopped keeping in touch with his fellow people.
हेलो। हाँ चच्ची।
हाँ बेटा।
मेरे ख्याल से मजीद से आप पहचान नहीं रहे।
नहीं उनकी आवाज भी नहीं निकलती बेटा, बराबर बात भी नहीं होती है उनसे, चले फिरे नहीं जाता है उनसे।
अच्छा।
तुम कैसे है बेटा? बच्चे कैसे है?
सब बच्चे भी माशाल्लाह ठीक है, मैं भी ठीक हूँ, सब दुआ है तुम्हारी। क्या उम्र हो गई अभी चाचा की?
80 हो गई बेटा। कैसी तुम्हारी आवाज? जरा वो हो रही तो बोले नहीं तुम नहीं बोल रहे, बोले और कोई है।
नहीं अभी तो पहचान नहीं है ना।
हाँ मैं तो चच्ची बोलने से पहचानी बेटा। अल्लाह
हाँ इसीलिए मैंने बोला।
हर बला मुसीबत से बचाए। अल्लाह के रसूल अपने हिफ्ज़ व अमान में रखे आप लोगों को।
आमीन आमीन आमीन।
Dawood's gang is called Company because the Don always takes care of all his people, their families, and the network spread across to his family, friends, and neighbors like Majid Kalia and his wife. To make these calls, Dawood uses voice over internet protocol. It helps him to hoodwink surveillance by the intelligence forces. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's Divyesh Singh now joins me for more on the story. Also with me is former Maharashtra Police ACP Dhanraj Vanjari. Mr. Vanjari, what is the latest that's known about Dawood Ibrahim living in Pakistan? And in your appreciation, sir, does the fact that AI images or future technology, will it help the investigators know more about the accused decades after his crime or his terrorist strike?
If AI images have a scientific truth, then it must help the investigative agencies. But as per my sources, his death was happened on 17th, or his poisoning was happened on 17th. And thereafter, the second incident, when Imran Khan's rally was there, the internet blackout was declared in Pakistan. So there is coincidence that it is possible that just to cover up the real truth of death of Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, they might have done it. But finally the question comes that who will confirm whether it's dead or alive? Who will confirm? Pakistan as a nation will never confirm.
Of course.
Because Pakistan knows his international image and the stand so far he has taken. Always he denied whether it was
No, it's interesting you should say that your information is that Dawood Ibrahim was poisoned on the 17th. And according to you, he's dead. But Divyesh, is that the appreciation of the Maharashtra police? I mean, they keep a hawkeye on D Company even now? What more can you tell us? And this audio conversation where Dawood is speaking to one Chicha and one Chichi, what more do we know of this?
नहीं अभी
Well,
क्या
Gaurav,
है
as
कि दाऊद
Dhanraj sir also pointed out, that there are suspicions that he has been poisoned. But people close to him who've been working in the gang, the information that we've spoken to some of the people who worked in the gang, they've been saying that he is ill, he is not well, and that is why he has been hospitalized. There might be a sympathy factor, there might be the loyalty that is why they are saying this. But as of now, they've said.
Okay, give me a moment as we reestablish that audio link with you. But Mr. Vanjari, Dawood apparently has several fake passports, several fake identities, but with artificial intelligence, I mean, if he's alive, with artificial intelligence, the use of all the technology, recognizes voice, can he be caught at various airports if he tries to go overseas? Or if information comes in, it will only be through relatives in India who may be able to ascertain whether he's dead or alive?
Whether he's dead or alive, artificial intelligence can make anything. Artificial intelligence can show that he's alive. Artificial intelligence can show he's dead. Yesterday I was on one channel and I said that who need to confirm the death of Dawood are the nearest relations in Maharashtra, Mumbai and India, and plus those who are in possession of Dawood Ibrahim's property. Property plus relations will confirm, and we need to wait their reactions. No one from the clan, no one from the kin so far has confirmed the death of Dawood Ibrahim. Yes. Now, looking into the international game of intelligence, the psychology and talent can call it emotional intelligence, the way they play, there are always a time I have seen and observed. 79 was the year 1979. I joined my police services first time in Dongri police station, and Daus was brought to the police station. His father, Ibrahim Kaskar, who was Havaldar in crime branch, used to come and meet and ask for the pardon and all these things. Since then, there are so many incidents. But I tell you one thing with very confirmation and conviction, that if at all he is such a big don that America has declared him the most wanted terrorist for India.
You're absolutely right on that account. But Devesh, you're also in touch with Dawood Ibrahim's family, with his friends, that empire that he runs in our country. It's a shame that he still does. But any word from there?
Well, as you pointed out, Gaurav, there are his friends, there are his sympathizers, there are close relatives who are based in Mumbai. There are close henchmen who have been working for the gang, who either retired or shifted their loyalties, or they've started other businesses. Maybe that is in disguise, but they are in close relations with Dawood Ibrahim, and they are saying that he is not well. He suffers with hypertension. He suffers with kidney issues. He has been suffering with diabetes, and that is why 2 months ago also he was hospitalized, and again he has been hospitalized. They have no confirmation because of the internet shutdown in Karachi, or because of the communication issues in Karachi. They have not been able to get updates from Karachi, but they are trying to get updates. But one of the persons that we've personally spoken to, we've personally communicated to, who's been working, who had worked in the past closely with Dawood Ibrahim, has confirmed this, that he has been hospitalized and he is in a hospital under tight security by Pakistani security forces. Also, as you pointed out, that there are suspicions that he is poisoned, but regarding poisoning, the relatives don't have any communication. But as Vanzari sir also pointed out, that it is only the relatives who can confirm, as Pakistan completely believes in total deniability, that Dawood does not stay in Pakistan. He doesn't have a safe haven in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
But Alisha, the nephew of
the
Dawood
point that
Ibrahim,
Mr. Vanzari was
son of
raising,
Hasina Parveen,
Dawood's empire in Mumbai, if that is carved out in the weeks ahead, Mr. Vanzari, then that would be an indication that either Dawood is no more, or he's no more playing an active role in whatever is happening in Mumbai or Maharashtra, sir.
No, there are so many reasons to believe that Dawood is not operating actively in Maharashtra or Mumbai. But let me tell you with very conviction and confirmation that unless and until government of Pakistan or any international agency digitally confirm it that Dawood is dead, we have no reason to believe that he is dead, because there are decades such informations are coming. 2004 में आई थी, उसके बाद में there was information on 2009, then 2011. So frequently such information keep coming. So that doesn't mean that they will fool us and will get swayed away with that. So many people are blaming our intelligence agency, that our intelligence agency का एक narrative है कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे तो उसको मारा है, ये करना है. ये सारे बहलावे जो भी है, ये सारे बहलावों का एक ही आंसर है कि confirmation करें. मैं आपके चैनल
No, you're absolutely right. It remains to be seen if there's a confirmation, Dawood Ibrahim dead or alive. But I want to leave our viewers with these images of Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, if he's alive, through artificial intelligence, based on inputs about his health or other tidbits of information that filter in about how he may look like. He's going to turn 68 in a couple of days from now. He's 67 years old. He apparently has a kidney ailment, a couple of other problems, and of course there are rumors that he's been poisoned. I leave you with these images of one of India's most wanted terrorists. To both my guests, Devesh and Mr. Vanzari, for joining me here on India First, many thanks. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
24 hours of unprecedented rainfall has led to this situation in South Tamil Nadu. Areas completely underwater, houses coming crashing down, and hundreds of people stranded, including passengers at a train station that's completely cut off. Life has come to an absolute standstill in Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari and Thoothukudi as rescue operations continue in full swing. The Indian Air Force and Navy has been pressed into service providing aid and also conducting aerial rescues. NDRF teams are working round the clock in Tirunelveli as towns have been completely cut off due to swollen rivers. The situation is no different from Thoothukudi, where a hospital is also submerged. Parents were seen wading through waist-deep water with their newborns, desperate to get out of the waterlogged hospital. Meanwhile, hundreds of passengers remain stranded at the Sri Vaikundam railway station, unable to leave and with no food or water. Rescue teams have now successfully reached the location, but the evacuation process is still underway. As authorities are working on a war footing to rescue those stranded, politics has also taken center stage as the opposition has questioned the timing of Chief Minister Stalin's visit to Delhi to attend the India Alliance meet. While Governor R.N. Ravi held a review meet, BJP lashed out at Chief Minister Stalin for being an absentee Chief Minister. Stalin, however, is meeting Prime Minister Modi to seek financial assistance from the centre. Weeks after Cyclone Mikjom wreaked havoc in Chennai, it's now South Tamil Nadu that is on its knees after record rainfall. With Shilpa Nair in Thoothukudi and Shibimol in Tirunelveli, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 9 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 16 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 17 degrees.
Honorable members, I have urged the House, you are not aware of the kind of response that is against this institution in the mind of the people. And we had the occasion to see the lowest level. Mr. Chidambaram is here. Mr. Chidambaram, you are a very senior member. Imagine what must be going through my heart when your senior leader videographs a member parliament mocking the institution of chairman. As an individual, take on me. Don't take on my background as a farmer. Don't take it background as a community member. Institution of chairman has been ravaged, and that too by a political party that has gone for so long. A a member parliament, senior one, videographing of another member. For what? I had suffered, I tell you. On Instagram, Mr. Chidambaram, your party put a video, which was withdrawn later on. That was shame to me. You used Twitter, official handle of the spokesperson, to demean me, insult my background as a farmer, insult my position as a jat, insult my position as chairman. Sir, these are two serious issues. Please go back to your seat.
सबको बुला के चर्चा कर रहा हूं ना मैं सदन के अंदर.
The Prime Minister breaks his silence on the Parliament security breach on December 13th. In an interview to The Hindu, PM Modi slammed the opposition, saying that there was no need for anyone to politicize the issue. He said that a detailed probe would be carried out to find out the truth behind the attack. Meanwhile, the opposition took a jibe at PM Modi's reaction to the security breach, questioning why they were speaking to the media but not in Parliament. Chorus grows for the suspension of BJP MP Pratap Simha, who gave Parliament visitor passes to the suspects. The BJP, in the meantime, went all guns blazing at the Congress, with its top ministers attacking the grand old party over Rahul's unemployment and महंगाई statement.
सबको बुला रहा हूं, प्लीज सबको बुला के चर्चा कर रहा हूं ना मैं सदन के अंदर.
The Parliament session has been a washout so far. Will next week see more disruptions? Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur with the headlines at this hour. Arvind Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee float Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge as PM face at the India Bloc's key meet in Delhi. Kharge says must win polls first before deciding a PM face. Record-breaking 141 opposition MPs in total suspended from Parliament. Opposition stages protest. Video of TMC MP mocking Rajya Sabha Chair Jagdeep Dhankar triggers outrage. Boost for Hindu side in the Gyanvapi dispute. Allahabad High Court rejects plea by the Muslim side, challenging suit filed in 1991 by Hindu worshippers. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to skip ED summons on December 21st in the Liquorgate probe, cites annual meditation retreat as the reason. South Tamil Nadu reels under heavy rainfall, bringing normal life to a standstill. Indian Air Force and Navy pressed into action. CM Stalin to meet PM Modi for financial assistance. And the big news break tonight coming from the India Alliance meet. Two key allies, Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal, have proposed the name of Mallikarjun Kharge as the PM face. The Congress president is a prominent Dalit Neta, but is he enough to take on Prime Minister Modi?
Since its first meeting on 23rd June in Patna, one of the biggest questions plaguing the India Alliance has been, who will be the PM face? 6 months later, two key Team India allies, Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal, proposed Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's name. Not Rahul Gandhi, not Nitish Kumar, not Sharad Pawar.
Mamata Banerjee and Kejriwal
proposed Kharge ji must be coordinator of this India team, and we will project him as Prime Minister of India in forthcoming elections.
Is Mallikarjun Kharge emerging as opposition's PM face to take on Prime Minister Modi?
जीत के लिए क्या करना उसके बारे में हम सोचे। कौन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना ये बाद में की बात है। एमपीज अगर नहीं है तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात करके क्या फायदा है।
The other big focus of the India Bloc meet that came days after BJP's heartland sweep was to chalk out seat-sharing formula. Months before 2024 campaign kicks off, it still appears to be a sticking point.
अच्छा रहा, अभी शुरू होगा, कैंपेन भी शुरू होगा, सीट शेयरिंग भी होगी, सब होगा।
सीट शेयरिंग का भी हम मिल के पहले जिस स्टेट में हमारे लोग हैं, पहले वो लोग वहाँ पर एक दूसरे से समझौता करेंगे। दिल्ली या पंजाब का है, वो समस्या को भी किस ढंग से सुलझाना, ये भी बात बाद में तय हो जाएगी।
बहुत जल्दी सीटें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगी। प्रधानमंत्री के चेहरे से बड़ी बात यह है कि लोकतंत्र का मंदिर कहने वाली जगह पर लगातार सांसदों को बाहर निकाला जा रहा है। जी, क्या ये सामान्य बात है?
Sources tell India Today that TMC, along with many other India parties, has set 31st December as the deadline to finalize seat sharing.
With months to go for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Team India has got into action. Will it be Modi versus Kharge, OBC versus Dalit in the next general elections? It's the first time that a name has cropped up, and it's definitely stirred the political potboiler. With camera person Himanshu Mishra and Shreya Chatterjee and Amit Bharadwaj, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
There is no end to the spurt of opposition MPs suspended from Parliament, with today's number of 141 MPs suspended, creating an all-new record in Sansad history. The opposition is up in arms against the Modi government, stating that all they want is a statement from the Home Minister Amit Shah on the Parliament breach. Take a look.
एक कौन सी परिभाषा में सरकार से सवाल पूछना संसद की मर्यादा भंग होती है?
It's clear they want an opposition मुक्त लोकसभा।
क्या सोच के ये नया संसद बनाया जे इसको लोकतंत्र का कब्रिस्तान बनाना है?
Mass suspensions of opposition MPs galvanize anti-BJP parties. On Tuesday, 49 members of parliament from the opposition ranks faced suspension, a record 141 in this winter session alone. 95 MPs suspended from the Lok Sabha and 46 from the Rajya Sabha so far. The lawmakers demanded a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah regarding last week's security breach. Their suspension attributed to alleged disruption of House proceedings. The opposition MPs held protest, chanting slogans and displaying placards against the Modi government.
Just 1 minute. Mr. Rai, you are a lawyer. I am a You are a lawyer. I am a
Filmed by Rahul Gandhi and other opposition MPs, a suspended TMC MP mimicked Rajya Sabha Chair Jagdeep Dhankar in a mock session outside.
What understand? My spine is so straight.
The BJP responded swiftly, labeling the act reckless and criticizing Rahul Gandhi for recording it. The Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chair, Jagdeep Dhankar, deemed it ridiculous and unacceptable.
We had the occasion to see the lowest level. Mr. Chidambaram is here. Mr. Chidambaram, you are a very senior member. Imagine what must be going through my heart when your senior leader videographs a member parliament mocking the institution of chairman. As an individual, take on me.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit out at the opposition's conduct while addressing the BJP parliamentary party meeting on Tuesday.
जो वर्तमान संसद में हुआ, इसको लेकर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत पीड़ा व्यक्त की। संसद चर्चा का विषय है। कई गंभीर बिल जिसे देश के विकास का और रास्ता बढ़ेगा, उस पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। और ये जो ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं, जो अवरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं, ये उनकी हताशा है 3 प्रदेशों में हार के कारण।
The recent wave of suspensions was triggered by a vocal opposition demanding the Home Minister's statement on last week's intrusion. Stepping out, the suspended MPs, joined by their colleagues, continued their protest on the Parliament compound. Hostilities between the ruling and the opposition camps escalate sharply ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will skip the summons issued by the ED in the Delhi liquor policy case on December 21st, as he will leave for a 10-day Vipassana meditation course starting December 19th at an undisclosed location. Here's a report.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will skip the ED summons for the second time. The Delhi government has said that Kejriwal will leave for a 10-day Vipassana meditation course starting December 19th at an undisclosed location and will not be able to appear before ED on December 21st.
एक प्री-स्केड्यूल्ड, प्री-अनाउंस्ड घोषित कार्यक्रम है मुख्यमंत्री जी का कि वे 19 तारीख से विपस्सना पे जा रहे हैं, विपस्सना पे प्रस्थान करेंगे। हर साल जाते हैं और उस भी जानबूझकर नोटिस भेजना, मुझे लगता है कि तमाम जो वकील हैं, जो कानूनी सलाहकार हैं, उनसे चर्चा करके आगे की कानूनी रणनीति हम लोग बनाएंगे।
The Aam Aadmi Party has rejected the liquor policy case as entirely baseless, claiming it is a witch hunt orchestrated by the Modi government. Kejriwal's party hinted that the Delhi Chief Minister may not comply with the ED summons, citing his scheduled Vipassana meditation.
ये केस पूरी तरीके से फेक केस है, फर्जी केस है। इस केस पे कुछ भी नहीं रखा है। आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से जो भी व्यक्ति इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ प्रश्न खड़े करता है या प्रश्न पूछता है, उसको मोदी जी या सस्पेंड करा देते हैं या फिर गिरफ्तार करा देते हैं। केजरीवाल जी विपासना जाने वाले हैं, आप सबको पता ही होगा पहले से, और कई महीने पहले ये तय हो जाता है। तो अभी जो वकील है वो इस नोटिस को पढ़ रहे हैं और देखते हैं आगे कैसे होता है।
The BJP retaliated, accusing the Delhi Chief Minister of corruption.
अब इंसाफ का वक्त आ गया। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपकी इच्छा भी पूरी होने जा रही है। आप कहते थे ना, मुझे देर में मुख्यमंत्री रहना, लालू जी की तरह आपकी बड़ी सोच थी बड़ी कि मुझे तो करप्ट बेईमान मुख्यमंत्री जेल में रह के काम करना है। अब आपको जेल जाने का मौका भी मिलेगा। हाँ, संविधान में आपको मुख्यमंत्री रहने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा, लालू जी की तरह 4 दिन तक रह पाएंगे, लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों को इंसाफ मिलेगा और आपकी भी मनोकामना पूरी हो जाएगी।
This is the ED's second summon to Delhi Chief Minister in almost a month and a half. Earlier, Kejriwal ignored the summons for November 2nd. Instead, he travelled to Madhya Pradesh to address a public meeting on the same day. In a letter to the ED that time, he accused the agency of acting on behalf of the BJP. The ED is investigating the suspected money laundering aspect in the liquor policy case. 2 of the Delhi Chief Minister's closest lieutenants, Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, have been in custody for months over allegations of money laundering linked to the alleged excise scam. Bureau Report, India Today.
And it's a big boost to the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi dispute. The Allahabad High Court rejected the plea filed by the Muslim side, challenging the suits filed by Hindu worshippers and the deity in the 1991 Kashi Vishwanath Temple Gyanvapi land title dispute. Here's a detailed report.
Big boost to the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Mosque case. The Allahabad High Court has rejected all petitions from the Muslim side challenging the Hindu side's plea to worship at the Gyanvapi complex. 3 pleas by Muslim side against an order for ASI survey of the Gyanvapi complex were also rejected. The single judge bench of Justice Rohit Ranjan Agarwal also asked the lower court to complete the hearing on the matter in 6 months. The High Court crucially observed that till the court gives its verdict, the disputed complex cannot be called a temple or a mosque. The Muslim side had been banking on the Places of Worship Act, which bars changing nature of a place of worship and puts a status quo starting 1947.
हर जगह वो ये कहते हैं कि यहाँ हमारे फलां देवता थे, लेकिन ये अभी कहीं से साबित नहीं हुआ है। जीपीआर से ज़रूर कराया गया, तो जीपीआर अगर पूरे शहर में चलाया जाए तो हर जगह 40 फुट नीचे बहुत सी चीज़ें स्ट्रक्चर दिखाई पड़ेंगे। अब वो स्ट्रक्चर किस चीज़ का है, कैसा है, अब ये तो सब बहस की बात होगी, बहस का मुद्दा होगा, लेकिन फैसले जो हो रहे हैं वो यूँ समझ लीजिए कि फैसला हो रहा है, इंसाफ नहीं हो रहा है।
The Hindu side maintained that the entire Gyanvapi complex is part of Kashi Vishwanath temple and the mosque was built after raising an ancient temple.
मुस्लिम पक्ष नहीं चाहता कि असलियत सामने आवे, क्योंकि असलियत सामने आ जाएगी तो ये जो तथाकथित मस्जिद है ये हटनी ही पड़ेगी और यहाँ पर भव्य मंदिर बनने का रास्ता साफ हो जाएगा। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि बहुत जल्दी इस केस का फैसला होगा, आज के फैसले के बाद, कि 1-2 साल में बनारस में भव्य मंदिर बनने का रास्ता बिल्कुल साफ होगा।
The verdict came a day after the ASI submitted its scientific survey report on the mosque complex before the Varanasi District Court in a sealed cover. It will be shared with the petitioners on December 21st and a copy will be sent to the Supreme Court. Bureau Report, India Today.
And in Tamil Nadu, South Tamil Nadu has been brought to its knees by heavy rainfall. The Indian Air Force and the Navy have pressed into action for relief and rescue, while roads have been inundated and mass evacuation is underway. Here's our Bureau Report.
Hours of unprecedented rainfall has led to this situation in South Tamil Nadu.